Hi, chat. Hi. Oh. Hi, chat. Why am I monochrome? Hang on. Hang on, chat. Something here is going wrong. Ah, I get it. Okay, yeah, I forgot to disable. Man, I got most of the filters. I forgot that one though. Hi everyone, welcome to the Theater of Tomorrow. Welcome back to Full Steam Saturday. The day where anything can happen as long as it's Snowrunner. Oh yeah, welcome back everyone. Hi to you, Meep. Welcome in. Okay, chat. So the schedule for today, we have a double feature today. We usually have double features on Saturdays, but this time it's actually a pre-planned double feature. We're gonna open up with. Hang on, let me adjust my microphone. We're gonna open up with Snowrunner per usual with Chris, who's currently waking up, so you'll be here in a little bit. After that, later today at 9 p.m. European time or 5 p.m. American time, I'm gonna switch to Storebound with Meep and Lily. This is a game that I've been kind of interested in. I got a key for it from the publisher, by which I say the publisher sent a marketing email with a link which you could use to request keys. So it's not like they reach out specifically to me. It's more like they kind of had this offer like, hey, streamers, you want a key? And I was like, yeah, sure. And I got 3 keys, so I gave one to Meep and I gave one to Lily. The game itself, I've seen a little bit of it, but I've kind of deliberately avoided watching too much of it. But it's a liminal horror game, but it is one that has a lot of identity of its own from what I've seen. Like the characters look like Muppets and such. You always know you're like you're like playing something good when the characters look like Muppets. No, you don't. That's not any kind of rule at all for a good game. But it looks like be like a very puzzle-oriented kind of game from the little bits that I've seen. So I'm very curious. I'm also curious how the whole, like, it's supposed to be like an infinite megastore because it's a liminal space. I'm curious how that is going to tie into things. Notice tutorial when you start up. Okay. I've not played the tutorial. I wanted to launch the game. I'm gonna be very honest with y'all, chat. I was watching the Final Fantasy FanFest stuff last night, and I may have had a little bit to drink, you know. So by the time the keynotes and the dev panel were over, I just went to bed. I just went to bed. I had a very good night of sleep though. I slept for hours, forever. I think I had some sleep debt to catch up to, but I didn't launch the game. I'm a terrible streamer. But it'll be fine. That means that y'all get to see me struggle with the game as I put it up on stream later at 9 p.m. So yeah, I'm gonna give Chris a little time to get ready because he needs a little more time. So I'm gonna talk with y'all a little bit about what they announced for Final Fantasy XIV yesterday. I'm not gonna go into a lot of story spoilers, and believe me, if you're afraid that you're gonna get spoiled, they announced a new expansion. The direction for it is it kind of came out of left field. It's kind of Shadowbringers again, except it's like Shadowbringers 2 or something. But so you're not gonna get like as horribly spoiled as you might think you are if I show you all this. So hang on, let me grab the website for y'all. Because man, the stuff that they've announced was super interesting. So if you do not want to get spoiled at all for Final Fantasy next expansion, I would recommend that you come back when Chris is here in a little bit. Also, hang on, actually let me set my category to just chatting for a little bit. So when it goes back to Snowrunner, you know it's safe to dip back in basically. But don't worry, I'm not gonna go too in depth about the story or anything. Meep, you don't care about story spoilers, right? I know that you don't play this game anymore. You don't play the game? Okay, good. Alright, so they announced the new expansion. The name of the new expansion is Evercold. Okay, you know what? I gave you all the warning to dip out if you don't want to hear spoilers. I am going to spoil a little bit. Evercold is going to take place in a location that in the game is referred to as the Fourth. It's a location that we've known it existed for a very long time, but we have known nothing about it. What's interesting about it is that this place, the Fourth, is dealing with an ice age. this is very interesting because we learned about the fate of another location called the Ninth in the previous expansion. And the Ninth is dealing with a permanent, destructive, horrible thunderstorm. And in the elemental wheel of Final Fantasy XIV, like lightning and ice are each other's polar opposites on that wheel. So the new major arc is in full progress now. Like, they literally announced the name of it. It's going to be called the Godless Realm Saga and everything. They showed most of what they showed of this expansion was like some screenshots and concept art. They've shown very like the trailer. I recommend watching the trailer. I'm not going to watch it right now, but I strongly recommend watching the trailer. It's a very cool trailer. I was looking for some screenshots. I don't know if there are any here. They should have a bunch of screenshots and concept art. The overall theme of the expansion is very Nordic. The thing about the 9th and the 4th is this world that Final Fantasy XIV takes place in has been shattered, sundered as they call it, into one original and 13 copies of it. And each of these copies have had their own history, gone through their own development. So they are both mirror images of our world, and yet at the same time they are different mirror images. Like, things there work differently. It's kind of like you take all of the elements of the game and you shuffle them around. We've had an expansion like this before in Shadowbringers, where we went to the first, which was kind of a similar story, where there were a lot of familiar elements, but they were arranged differently and things worked differently there and such. And it's going to be happening again. And I'm super excited for this because Shadowbringers is to this day the best expansion they've ever done with the best story. So for them to attempt something like that again, I'm so excited for this, y'all. I am super excited for this. And not just because of the story, but the story is a major part. Because I like the story in Dawntrail well enough, but I can see the flaws with it, you know. And I also understand there's also a character in Dawntrail that, like, I liked her, but a lot of people really didn't like her, and I can see how that completely ruins an expansion for you. So I think that they made some wise decisions with the direction that they're heading here. It kind of come out of left field. It's probably going to be explained in the 7.5 MSQ why we're going here. Why we're going here now, of all places. But I'm very excited. However, they didn't just announce that stuff. They announced a bunch of... Okay, look, they announced this. We're gonna get an Evangelion-inspired raid. I'm gonna be honest with y'all, this was the least exciting thing that they announced. I have not seen Evangelion. It's just the Woka lady, yeah, Wuklamat. She's the one that people don't like. This is just, for me, it's like, guys, you cannot need money that desperately. Like, Gainax already doesn't exist anymore. How many more tax debts do you need to pay off? Just... I heard from her from my friends, yeah, like, people have been, like, harassing the VA and everything, and it's like, guys, it's a fictional character, don't do that. Don't go harass the VA because you hate a fictional character. I personally feel like people really overreacted to her. Like, I get, I think the criticism is valid, even though I did like her, but people really overreacted to her. Going to the VA is too far, yeah, but that's the internet for you, you know. If you don't like the character, that means that the VA is personally responsible for it. It's very sad that we live in that kind of era where people go after voice actors because they hate a character just that much. And people really hate Wuklamat, like, they really hate her. It goes way beyond just distaste or, like, whatever. Anyway, I don't want to go too deep into that because that part makes me sad, and I don't want to be sad today because I got a good night of sleep. I'm full of energy. For now. Yeah, so Evangelion, we're getting the new 24-man is going to be inspired by Evangelion. This really harkens back to the raids that I slept for like 10, 12 hours or something. That's part of the reason why we're starting so late today. I just kept sleeping. Like I said, we were watching this yesterday in the voice chat with the FC, and I've had a few beers. I'll be very honest, I had a few beers. So by the end of the night, when we're done with everything, I was like, I was ready for bed. So I went to bed, and I slept forever. I did wake up a few times during the night, but whatever. Party, Rico? If you want to call it a party. Yeah, this is... like I said, Shadowbringers too. Shadowbringers had a raid based on Nier and directed by Yoko Taro. And that raid is some of the most fun fights. Hi there, for the Emperor, 40k. For the Emperor! That raid in Shadowbringers, the Nier raid, those raids are some of the best raids I've ever done, with the coolest environments, the most inventive fights and everything. But the story of those raids was complete and total ass. And I'm expecting the same thing here. This raid is gonna have the coolest shit you've ever seen in this game, in the actual raids, in the actual fights. And the story is gonna be complete and utter ass. So you know what? I have no investment in Evangelion. I need to watch it, I know. But I just cannot, like, I keep, like, committing to watching it and then I don't do it. I need to, like, make some time for it or something. But I have zero expectations out of these raids. I'm just gonna take them as they are. You know? And this new battle system, Reborn and Evolved mode. To properly show this to you, I'm gonna have to go into the recording of the dev panel yesterday, because this to me is one of the most exciting elements. Hang on, let me stop the music for a second. This to me is one of the most exciting things that they announced.
Be able to.
Hang on, we're gonna have to go.
Inviting me to those meetups when I first joined Square Enix.
Okay,
I was able to get them into.
Here's the idea. They announced a Reborn and an Evolved mode for every job, all 21 combat jobs as we have them today. Reborn mode is what you know. That it's called Reborn. It's confusing. I find the way the names that they've picked kind of confusing. But the idea is that Reborn mode is what the classes have been since A Realm Reborn. So this is what you know. There's probably not going to be very big changes from 7.5 to 8.0 in Reborn mode. So you can stick with Reborn mode and you just play the job as you've played it for the past 10 years. Evolve mode, however, that's the interesting one. That's basically them trying to rebuild all of the jobs into something new. And yet something that you're used to. The key idea is that they're gonna reduce the number of actions. They want the jobs in Evolve mode to have no more than 16 actions. The Emperor will fall at the hands of no one, for no one will ever touch the Emperor. I'm not late, you're early. It's okay, Chris. I was talking about the announcement yesterday.
Two completely different things that were the same. We've split.
So that the way that this happens is primarily they've like combined a lot of functionality together.
Has always been a
like let me show. For example,
we use the
all tanks have a gap closer that they can use to jump to the boss very quickly to get back in. That gap closer on Paladin now also works on ally, so you can jump to an ally, and if you use it to jump to an ally, you immediately apply cover to them, which is one of Paladin's best abilities. So this is the kind of stuff that Evolve mode does. They've really gone back to the drawing board and thought about how can we change, shift, combine functionality to kind of make these jobs much more streamlined. It's some really cool stuff. Are you really doing a raid right now? No, we're not raiding. We're gonna be trucking in a little bit. I'm just going through the announcements that they did for Final Fantasy yesterday, all of the new upcoming stuff. I was going off about this for years. Well, maybe Evercold is the time for you to return to Final Fantasy 14. That's the reason why you play Dark. Oh, I didn't know you were also a Dark Knight main. They have not made any announcements for Dark Knight yet. Like they've only shown. Apparently, this guy, he's the battle designer. He made a lot of stuff. He made the Construct 9. He made all support. Okay. So apparently they have been working very hard on all of the jobs. Like they kind of implied that they already have a basic stuff for this for all of the jobs, but they only showed off 4 of them. I don't know how far they are with it. Like you can see here, this is an dev build. They have fucking dev job gauges here, so this is still super early. Anything can change. But yes, that's Paladin. Paladin has got some cool changes. White Mage, they made all of the spells instacast. They added a bunch of stuff that will, like, if you have to use GCD heal spells, you'll get charges that will allow you to then cast another ability that will kind of let you reclaim some of your DPS. It's that kind of stuff. They've really been rethinking these. Bard has some of the coolest stuff.
120-second rotation.
Hang on, let me go to Bard.
Play the way.
So we
So they gave what they did was they gave Bart a dodge roll basically. Hang on, let me show here.
So left, right.
The idea is if you move in a direction and you press Wanderer's Volley,
Front.
check what happens. Dodge roll forward. Dodge roll to the left. Dodge roll to the right. This is so cool. Like, this is the first time they've done this kind of thing where the skill will affect you depending on the direction you're moving in. So I'm very curious how this is going to work out in practice. It's a very cool idea. Oh yeah, I forgot. Hang on, I missed Dragoon. They showed off Dragoon as well. Where is it? This is Paladin. Dragoon.
Go quite that far.
So they gave Dragoon a new ability as well. Let me see. Are we there? They gave Dragoon basically a mini limit break, kind of inspired by how
Of the next weapon skill you.
Dragoon works in PvP. Hi, Precious Ghost. Welcome in. I just realized, hang on, you guys cannot see it because I'm in the wrong... There we go. Sorry, vertical stream.
Fly high up into the air,
Here.
landing several moments later to deal massive damage.
Dragoon has had this... They've had this kind of stuff in PvP for a while now, but never in PvE. Like, the jumps for Dragoon basically just became animations. But this one is actually... This one is actually like a much more traditional Dragoon kind of skill. Like, they even talk about, like, if you use this ability while you're up in the air, you'll take like 90% less damage than you usually do. So, yeah, what the fuck are you talking about for the Emperor? Ton of coke to the Soviet Union? Alright, who asked, but okay. And you just kind of see, like, in this presentation you saw a bunch of this stuff come by, where it really feels like with this evolved mode, they've really been thinking about, what can we do that really harkens back to, like this classic job identity, you know? And that makes me really excited that they're actually, like, trying again to make the jobs more individual and more, like, both streamline them with having less buttons, yet at the same time, making those buttons much more useful and interesting, especially with something like Sky High. The fact that this is like has like the little limit break mini symbol and such, it's like a mini limit break, is really cool. So I am super excited for these changes. You gotta go swimming? Okay, have a good day, Precious Ghost. Just all together, man. So a bunch of really cool announcements. I think that like this is the whole thing, right? Yeah, the presentation as well. So I could probably go over... God, the fucking screenshots. Hi, Chris.
Alright.
Just check this out. The fucking Jormungandr
He
castle
doesn't
and
know he's
everything.
muted chat.
Oh. No, I didn't know. Thank you for letting me know. The fucking Jormungandr castle and everything. God, this I think it's going to be an amazing expansion. The environments look so pretty. I'm super excited for this. And hang on, something very important. They're going to update how progression works. So they showed off this, which looks like it's straight from a gacha game. The idea is that tombstones are dead. No more tombstones. Sorry?
That you said Jormungandr, was that snake?
Yeah, but it didn't say anything. That we just like we were talking about it yesterday in stream, and we just referred to it as like started calling it like Jormungandr. There's very strong Norse themes in this expansion.
You know, I must have missed it when we were looking at it, but it actually looks like the Midgard Solemn.
Midgard Sorma?
No, not Midgard Solemn. Midgard, the Midgard Midgar Zolom, which is Zolom.
What?
Which is the giant. It looks like. Let me get a.
Hang on, I'm gonna pause the music for a second. I don't know what you're talking about.
It looks like. Looks like this. I'll send you a DM.
Is this like an enemy from FF7?
Yeah.
Because I heard people theorize that they were going to do FF7 stuff in this expansion, and maybe... Hang on, let me grab it again. Okay, so the image that Chris just sent me, let me quickly put it in. Again, if I want to like show an image from the web on stream, I need to like download and everything, because OBS cannot show... for some whatever reason, OBS does not like showing images from the web. Okay, here we go. So this is what Chris just showed me. Yeah, I can kind of see it, yeah. So what did you say this thing was called?
I guess it's just a Zolom, but it roams out in Final Fantasy VII. It roams the swamp outside Midgar, so it's called the Midgar Zolom.
The Midgar Zolom.
Yeah.
Ah, I see. I mean, I guess that like a bunch of the dragons have Norse names, and I don't think that they ever explain why they do. Like Vitra and Asdaya have Indian names, but that's because they were located in Tavnir, so that makes sense. That's why you have like Nidhogger and you have Racevelger. Those are Nordic names, and Midgar Sormer himself, and they never really covered why they're called that.
I mean, they all have. I don't remember if those are Norse dragons or.
No,
but they are Norse named, like Nordic named for sure.
No, they're Nordic names, but they're not Nordic dragons. Midgard Sarmer might be, I forgot. But I know that Nidhogg is named after Nidhogger, who was a giant serpent, and Racevelger is named after a giant, because Racevelger means corpse eater, and it's a giant in the. I don't know the full myth, but I know that
Vritra.
Yeah, and I know that like I know that the Racevelger from Myth was like a corpse-eating giant or something. And Racevelger, of course, his name is because he ate Shiva. Because he's freaky like that. But yeah, so that's man, these fucking screenshots look. I strongly recommend checking over the live stream yourself, chat, and just peering at all of these screenshots. They look so pretty. I think this is going to be a very pretty expansion. Hang on, I wanted to talk about the updates to the tombstone system, because tombstones are dead. And I'm very happy about that, because holy shit did I get tired of tombstone. So this screenshot that they showed here, this is more of a mock-up, you know, of what it's going to look like in the future. So this is still very early, this is probably not going to survive. But the idea is to replace tombstones with like a progression tracker, like a battle pass basically. I'm a stinky non-farmer, yeah I know. Look, I've not kept my tombstones in a while. That's why every time if you guys remember, I streamed 7.4 and I had to like, I got into huge gear trouble because I was not geared up, because I hadn't been keeping up. So, but yeah, so the idea is that instead of like the old system, you now, like you do like weekly tasks. And those tasks can be anything, and you accrue points, and those points will let you unlock rewards. And they've also said, like, you see here the gearing system, the gear stuff. Exactly how we're going to unlock this stuff, they haven't explained yet. I expect that it's going to be something similar, but like with Savage Raids. So, like, the basic idea is that you no longer have to accrue your current... well, you no longer are stuck with, like, 2 or 3 or, like, just a few things, and you have to accrue these damn tombstones. Instead, it's going to be a more general reward track. And they gave this as an example for how you get these rewards. Here. So it's basically, kind of think Wondrous Tales, but extended to the whole game and for like the main progression system. So yeah, like complete a MSQ, complete a trial, create 5 collectibles, go fishing, that kind of stuff. So that means that basically anything in the game will allow you to accrue some of these points in the future. Which I personally feel is like a very good idea, to just kind of like, okay, you don't feel like doing a trial, well, I wanted to go catch a fish anyway, so I might as well go do that, and then I'll get some points to my weekly activity points. I'll have to see how this actually plays out in practice, and like we're still 9 months or something away from the release, so who knows what shape this is going to be in by the time the expansion rolls around. But I think that they got a good idea going here.
I think if it If it's less restrictive than what we currently have, then it should be better.
Yeah. Most importantly, you'll be able to reflect your highest item level to all of your gear. So you will, if you have your job and you farm on that job, and you get a higher item level, then any job that you want to play, you can reflect that item level to. So you no longer have the problem that you have to gear another job if you want to play multiple roles in the same character. This one I'm also very happy with. Because I'm planning on playing the new tank job that they're gonna add. And but I also don't want to lose out on Dark Knight because I like Dark Knight. So this should make it much easier to play both of them. Or like for people to swap to like healer or something. So it's also a good change, Let's see what else. They made some general announcement. They want to improve quests, and especially they want to improve the explorable areas, like the public fields. Personally, I think that they should just port over the field operations stuff to this. You know, like just what we do in field operations now, like Boja or Eureka. Just put that in the explorable areas. I think that would work very well in there. So, but they didn't go into elaboration. They saved a whole lot of stuff for later to FanFest. It's gonna be a long wait, man, for more information.
I wonder if they're gonna change substats, because when you think about it, with the everybody just like eye level matters more than your substats.
Yeah.
But if you're just doing like the raid for the gear, like, will your substats even matter anymore?
Well, substats never had like a huge impact to begin with, but so that's gonna be interesting. Well, yeah, they're gonna make those more important.
Like, like if are we still gonna have like spell speed and skill speed?
Mm-hmm.
Especially with the new.
Yeah. As people pointed out that the GCD in evolved mode seems to be only 2 seconds.
Yeah. So
that's gonna be very interesting, yeah. How spell speed and skill speed affect that.
Yeah. Sorry, but yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Nothing matters more than parsing. I mean, that's not.
If you parse a great parse, you're still better than 80% of the players of Final Fantasy.
Yeah, like when last time I raided, audience was in Eden with my FC. Actually, with Chris here, he was in the part. He was my fellow tank. And one of the members of our group, she was a great parser, but she was able to do the mechanics to clear the content, you know. So it didn't matter that much that she parsed gray, because she actually was able to do the fucking fight. Like, you can have a high parse, but clear is a clear, and if you can parse orange, but if you're unable to clear a fight, it's meaningless. Yeah, trouble finding friends because the FC you were in was always a parser. Damn.
Yeah, that sucks me.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Like what all the raids that, like, I was always the raid leader for the RFC, and my only condition was can people do mechanics? If you could do mechanics, we were in there, and we cleared every fight we ever did. So
you still want friends? Meep, I'm your friend, right?
80 plus. This is a fucking gamer over here.
Damn, yeah. No, but like Meep has told me some of her raid stories, and yeah, she was a fucking gamer. She went hard into raiding. But yeah, if you want an 80 plus, you gotta be friends with gamers for sure. Yeah, we are a parser group. Yeah, parsing is technically not allowed, but like I get the advantage in the stuff of it, you know. Not that I would ever parse, of course. Like, don't be weird. I would never break the rules of this game. I would never break the TOS. I was the only one who never got it, cause best I can do was 97. Wait, what do you mean? Were you like kicked out because you were only a 97? What are you trying to say? Okay, look. There was one more thing that I wanted to go to. So a lot of this stuff was like kind of announcements without really explaining what they were going to do, like this. What does it mean? Improving public fields. What does that mean, Yoshi? But we're gonna get that information in like another future FanFest.
To the duty finder.
Did he announce which FanFest we're gonna go explain? No, he didn't. But it's probably gonna be like Berlin or Tokyo. So what I wanted to delve into is, first of all, right now there is a 2-minute meta. Because all buffs come up at the 2-minute mark, and the fights are also designed around that 2-minute meta so that people don't like get killed or get like slammed shut by mechanics when the 2-minute limit comes up. And it also means that even the slightest mistake means that the whole party basically loses a lot of DPS. And they wanted to get rid of this meta, which they, by the way, they themselves created this meta. Themselves, they only have themselves to blame for it.
Yeah, it's their fault.
But they want to get rid of it. Like, they literally show here the bunny from the disco raid, because he was like a good example of that 2-minute meta in practice. That whole fight was structured around 2 minutes. So that it gives themselves and players more freedom in how they approach fights and such. And I think, honestly, when they initially said we're gonna get rid of those raid buffs and such, I was like, but if you do that, you're gonna lose a part of your identity again. And then they brought up the 2-minute meta, and I was like, you know what, good riddance, get rid of it. If it means that we get rid of the 2-minute meta and fights can be more freeform in their design, get rid of it. Look at those raid guilds in ESO, I know what I'm talking about. None of the people in there remember the color of grass. And I left because I don't want to just raid for only friends activity. Oh, that meep. Okay, I get it. Yeah, like, I will say that, so, my FC, I've been in my FC, the scouts, for years, for like 10 years or something at this point. And they're some of my closest friends. But when we were raiding, I definitely felt like the pressure creep in and such. Like, that's part of the reason why I totally get the idea of having a static outside of your FC. Like, I had fun raiding with y'all, but like, part of it's like, you don't like failing in front of your friends, you know? So when I made a mistake, I just felt like complete garbage.
See, I mean, that's fair, but to me, making a mistake is just part of learning the fight.
Yeah.
And I would make mistakes, and I just own up to it. Like, oh, that was my fault. Let's do it again. You know, just move on.
Yeah, like it's absolutely, yeah, but still, it's like.
I mean, I get it though. I get it. Yeah, like, you don't want to mess up.
It creates a lot of extra pressure, I feel like. Raiding with friends should be for fun, not shameful guilt. Yeah, no, but see, the thing is that it's something that I inflict on myself. Like, I definitely put that pressure on myself that, like, oh no, I cannot, I have to do better and stuff, you know? It's like, you know how these kind of feelings, they always have like a positive and a negative side, because they're born from the desire to improve, which is not a bad thing. But you have to like be careful with them, because what you want to separate out is the unhelpful feelings, like the guilt and the stress and the depression, like the depression and all that kind of stuff. That's the part that you need to separate out. You need to focus only on the drive to get better and perform better, you know? Don't call me a dumbass. Leave me alone.
Me to chime in on that.
But yeah, so this 2-minute meta is we're gonna get rid of that. And remember, chat, this is evolve mode. Reborn mode will be the old classic way of playing the job. So I wonder if they're gonna get rid of the synergy actions in reborn mode as well, or if they're just gonna go like, yeah, whatever. We don't. You can keep your reborn mode stuff. We don't care. That's why I never did vet trials in ESO. Me knowing that I suck at the game is already one person too many. Why would I want to air my dirty laundry in front of 20 people? Well, it's also how you get better is the thing. I started raiding back in Heavensward. I started with Sephiroth Extreme, and I was suffering. I tried to study the whole fight up front before ever stepping foot into it, like trying to learn the order of the mechanics. That's impossible. There's too many mechanics all in a row. You're never going to be able to learn. You're never going to be able to learn an extreme fight with a correspondence course, basically, is what I guess what I'm trying to say. And like I had to learn to heal at a much higher level. So the people I raided with were very friendly. They said like, hey Shaw, because my in-game name is Shaw, your co-healer is like really struggling, so you need to help him with healing. But I never cleared Sephiroth. Then I went to Sophia, which was the fight after that. That's the one with the giant skills that like flip back and forth. I was a scholar back then, by the way, scholar main. And that one I actually cleared, and I genuinely achieved a higher level of play by doing that. And so after Sophia Extreme, they brought out the third tier of Alexander, which they deliberately tried to make a bit easier, because at the time, the raid scene was falling apart. Because they made the raids a little bit too hard, and the jobs a little bit too hard. And back in the day in Heavensward, in the early days of Heavensward, you did not have the Crossworld Party Finder, so everyone was flowing into Gilgamesh to try and raid. And with the final tier of Alexander, they tried to fix a lot of those issues. We had the Crossworld Party Finder at that point. They deliberately made the raid a bit easier to accommodate for how the jobs are hard to play. And so I tried to actually raid, and I actually cleared the first floor of Alexander, the creator. I cleared, what's his name? The recombiner, the refurbisher.
Yeah, refurbisher.
Yeah, so
compactor.
So refurbisher was my first Savage clear. I didn't clear the second fight, but I did get the first one. And then after that was Stormblood, where we formed our static with the FC for the first time. And we did Omega, the first floors of Omega, and I think we...
Deltascape?
Yeah, Deltascape. And I think that, like, I remember us clearing the first and second floor decently fast, and then we got stuck on the third floor for months.
Helicarnassus.
Yeah, we got stuck on Helicarnassus for months and months and months. Until we finally cleared, but I think that after we cleared, we were already kind of done, so we never even attempted the fourth floor. And then I think, like, let's see, after that was Shadowbringers, then we regrouped for Eden. We went into the second floor of Eden, and we actually cleared Shiva in Eden. Still, one of my fondest memories of playing this game is us clearing Shiva. Like, the elation, the excitement, the fact that we did it on content. Even though that was like in the middle of the pandemic had just struck, so that patch was like a lot longer than it should have been.
Edenverse, man, it was really good. That was a good raid tier. That
was a really good raid tier, yeah. Also, why I'm excited for challenge levels coming soon. Hard Overworld, extra reason to quest. I have to admit I don't know much about Elder Scrolls Online, but I know a lot of people really like that game because it's very different from other MMOs. It's kind of a blend between an MMO and a Bethesda game, I think. Going to Savage is hard and it is good even if you got the first. Yeah, see, they're actually gonna add a new difficulty level to raids in Evercold. They're gonna add a difficulty between normal and Savage, which I've always thought that Extreme was the difficulty between those two, but I don't think it's a bad idea necessarily to have like kind of a tier in between that you can use to get used to the higher difficulty and stuff. That's what WoW has done for a very long time. So we'll have to see how that plays out. It could also be like a more accessible way to get Savage gear. If it like maybe it's going to be that it gets you Savage gear at a slower pace or something. I just hope. Sorry.
Well, according to Yoshi P, less than 20% of players ever clear a Savage floor. So if you've cleared any Savage floor, you're better than 80% of players by definition.
To this expansion, I am not better than 80% of the players. I've been thinking of finding like a group and going through the Savage raids now, because I really like the Arcadian. I just never made the time to actually attempt those Savage raids. But yeah, so we'll have to see how that new difficulty level is going to play out. But man, just so many great announcements for this. I'm looking to farm the latest extremes. You wanna farm Hell on Rails? Lily? Also, hi Lily! Lily is, I'm gonna be playing Storebound later with Lily and me. That's gonna be much later, Chris. It's gonna be at like 9 PM my time.
Yeah.
So I have plenty of time. Okay, I do want to get into trucking though, but one more thing that I want to look at.
You're good.
Let me see if I can find it. Did you see the keynotes, Lily, and the dev panel? Okay, hang on. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, here. This is very important. They are going to hard split the tanks in evolved mode. In evolved mode, there are going to be 2 main tanks and 3 off tanks. And the main tanks are going to be Paladin and a new tank, which is going to be a gun. Look, we know it's going to be a Great Shield or Gun Shield tank. Like that, there's no way it isn't because of how they did like the whole thing where they were like, one of our new jobs is going to be a tank, and then Yoshida took off his jacket and revealed that he had Rita Tin on his shirt. And they did a thing where they dance around and pretend like they don't. The bit that they do every fan fest, basically. They did. So it's going to be some kind of Great Shield tank or Gun Shield tank, which that was on near the top of my wish list, was like a Great Shield or Gun Shield tank. So I'm super excited for that. People are saying that on the jacket is a fairy that say right back at you or something. So the announcement won't image till they got to the patch note stuff. People are saying that on the jacket is a fairy that say right back at you. On the jacket itself, possibly, yeah, but it was mostly the shirt that I was interested in. As soon as he walked on stage and he had Rita Tin on his shirt, I was like, oh my god. And it even said, guess who's back? I fucking love that bit. Love that they're still doing it. The releases the fairy stickers indicating the ranged physical DPS to be boomerang. That could be, it could be a boomerang fizz ranged. I also like, yesterday we were guessing maybe whip ranged. Like, you know, whip user as a physical range would be kind of interesting, especially if they have like a slightly smaller range than the other fizz ranged. I'm telling you, if range DPS is boomerang, I'm gonna tell you I'm going insane. Hey Lily, if it turns out to be boomerang, I'll give you a card that says you were right. You know? But yeah, but especially because they brought up that they didn't want Beastmaster to have a whip for very obvious reasons, you know, to avoid the whole animal abuse angle. But also, as we were discussing that, we also were like, but maybe that's also because they want a reserve whip for a future job. So, and we already had Beastmasters with like axe and shield in Boja, so it also wouldn't have made sense anyway. So I could totally see them make the fizz range like the new fizz ranged whip user. We'll have to see. And anyway, I want to go back to this. So main tank is Paladin in the new tank. Off tank is Warrior, Dark Knight, Gunbreaker. I've seen a lot of tanks be very upset about this. Chat, I'm gonna be honest. If this is what it takes to restore Dark Knight's job identity, I'll gladly take it. Like, I'm still gonna have TBN. And I can still apply TBN to myself. I'll be fine as a main tank, you know? I'll gladly take the off-tank role whenever it's necessary. But I don't think that this is actually gonna, like... I don't think that this is actually going to, like, mean that you can no longer main tank as an off-tank. I'm upset, but I don't know why. I like Gunbreakers as main tanks. See, that's the second thing to remember. This is only in an evolved mode. You can always go back to reborn mode and just play them as you used to, you know?
But you do less damage.
Do you less damage?
Yeah,
that's
HCP
true.
Said evolved mode does more damage.
He said, well, he specifically said because of how evolved mode is designed, in practice it will probably end up doing a little bit more damage. That's what he said. He did not...
more damage.
It is more damage.
It's more damage.
It's more damage. No, the Gunbreaker's gonna go for damage. Yeah, so for damage this is perfect. You go to evolve mode, you get to be off tank, and you can just go like, nah, I don't want to be main tank, I want to be off tank. You go evolve mode and you do more damage and stuff. So, but for me, mostly because I've seen them focus so much on like job identity stuff, like giving Dark Knight an actual jump now that actually reduces how much damage you take is fucking incredible. If they do something for Dark Knight like that, you know, like Dark Knight's traditionally was a job that would sacrifice health to get stronger in battle, and you actually do that in PvP. You have a skill in PvP that you can use as much as you want, but every time you use it, you lose a chunk of health, which in PvP, health plays a different role in PvP than it does in PvE, you know? Like in PvE, you're a tank, you're gonna take damage the whole time, no matter what. In PvP, like, as a tank, the enemy's not stupid. They're not just gonna attack you because you're a tank, because you raise enmity. You have to actually have a reason for them to attack you. And you sacrificing health to do more damage to them is both A, you're menaced because you deal damage to them, B, your health is suddenly a lot lower, so that makes you a more interesting target. But now in PvE, if Dark Knight is gonna be the dedicated off tank, I could see them do more with that kind of stuff.
I think the reason why this particular change is like people aren't happy with it. It's because Warrior, Dark Knight, and Gunbreaker all want to be the main tank, and Paladin is the only one that at least up until now has traditionally not wanted to have been the main tank.
Because
so
they
all the
are
players. Yeah, all the players are that play all the off tanks are mad that their tank is not the main tank. That's why I think it's very yeah, and they're also forcing Paladin to be the main tank, which is
look, we'll have to see how this
which means you have to bring Paladin.
We'll have to
the new
see
job.
how this plays out in practice is the thing, you know. Like I bet that in practice, like it's probably gonna be that thing that you have now. If you bring like 2 barrier healers, it's gonna be a little bit rougher, but it's far from impossible. Like they're still gonna make it so that any combination of jobs can clear any content. Reborn cells be seething over evolved chat, Cyrio. I'm gonna make a meme, Reborn Cells, next to the Evolved chat. Yeah, so like me personally, I'm not gonna say this is a good or a bad change. It's more that I see why they're doing this, and I'm excited for the options that it opens up.
I don't think it opens options. I think it's closing options by.
That's
like this is like
fair.
This is like healers with region healing versus shield healing. If they gave healers first off, it's like that in itself is already kind of like wishy-washy because all of the healers have a shield and all of the healers have a regen. But whenever you divert these classes, then you're saying, okay, well now if you bring Warrior and Dark Knight, you're gimping the party. If you bring Scholar and Sage, you're making the party worse because they're both shield healers. Like I think when you do that, like if you just gave them the option to switch between, like they have a main tank stance and an off tank stance, you have a region healer stance and you have a shield healer stance, I think that would just be better for all of the support jobs, and we just get rid of this, like this is main tank, this is off tank, this is region healer, this is shield healer.
Yeah, there's some truth to that as well. Yeah, so that's kind of like look. The thing is that like we're 9 months away, so we're really gonna have to see how this will play out in the end. I'm excited for how it can like help them, kind of like make the tanks more distinct again. But you are right in that it does also kind of, and on the other hand, their whole idea is to give you more freedom in how you want to play and how you approach your rotations. And if you seal off an entire branch of tanking, depending on your job, that would go against that idea.
Mm-hmm.
So
like it might work out that, and the funny thing is especially knowing Final Fantasy XIV, it typically works out that actually we don't need a shield healer. It's actually better to just have double region healer, or we don't need, it might work out. We don't need a main tank. It's actually better and more DPS to have two off tanks. Like something stupid like that is going to happen. Just knowing
absolutely.
that.
But it's also like skilled at taking direct damage, actions to counter enemy attacks. So this is like mainly like you're gonna take at hits, and the hits are gonna be less effective against you. And this one is skilled at lowering damage taken by allies and action to lower enemy damage. So off tank is more about like, so main tank is more about I take the damage and the damage against me is gonna be lower, and off tank is about no, you're gonna deal less damage to everyone. So maybe main tank, the idea is that an off tank will mean that there's less raid healing, and the main tank there's less healing of the tank.
Like, and it also brings into question stuff like tank swaps, like, so if you tank swap, like, I don't, like, it's very confusing. This is very confusing to me. Like, I think they should have been more clear about what they said about this. They just kind of mention it, and I think with this type of thing specifically, you need to really be like, here's an example of why we're doing this, not just say it and then don't provide any information about it, because now everybody's going to go nuts about it for the next 9 months until they say something.
I think maybe that's part of the idea. Is like they're going to pay very close. They already but there were like 2.5 hours between the keynotes and the dev panel, and Yoshida was already addressing some concerns that people had. So they are going to be tuned the fuck into social media about these changes for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, the tank swaps is exactly one of those things where it's like, okay, how's this going to work in a tank swap? And again, I think that it's going to be like Dark Knight is going to be less good at taking direct damage, but I feel like Dark Knight is probably going to be better at like lowering the amount of damage that the boss deals in general, which also affects the Dark Knight. Like something like Dark Missionary, like the big AoE apply a shield to everyone ability that Dark Knight has. Also applies a shield to Dark Knight, and TBN can be put on other people, but also on the Dark Knight themselves. It's when I'm main tanking as Dark Knight, I use TBN on myself. When I'm like off tanking as a Dark Knight, I put it on the current main tank.
Yeah.
So I bet in practice it's gonna play more like that, where main tank is probably gonna be the selfish tanks, and off tanks are gonna be the. But if you do it that way, then you can see off tank be both main and off tank. Then the issue is gonna become, okay, but what does the main tank do when they're not the main tank? then I could see that become the issue instead. Also, to answer your question, Rio, this was the dev panel that they had yesterday, where they showed off some of the new enhanced Evolved mode stuff. So this is what their current idea for how to approach Evolved mode, basically. So this is only Evolved mode, by the way. This does not apply to Reborn mode. But we're still 9 months away from the expansion, remember that. Oblation, yeah, Oblation as well.
It might be... I wonder if they change Dark Knight to be like... if you are main tanking, you can, and you're targeting an enemy, casting, like, while the enemy is targeted, if you cast the Darkest Night, or the Blackest Night, I mean, it will target yourself, but if the target has threat on someone else, then it will cast Oblation on them instead.
I could see them do something like that, yeah.
Or, no, the Blackest Night you can cast on other people, right?
Sorry?
I can't remember.
Sorry, what did
Can you
say?
cast TBN on somebody else?
Yeah. I regularly,
TBN then.
like when I know a big raid wide is coming, I check the party list, and if I see one of my party members is very low health, I'll usually quickly put TBN on them, and I've saved a lot of lives that way.
Yeah, so then maybe it'll be if you're off tank, when you have the boss targeted, it will cast TBN on whoever is the target then.
Yeah, I could see them do it that way. Yeah, that would be a very clever way to do TBN. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of change that they would add to Evolve mode. Yeah, you can do so for Devotion 2, I'm pretty sure, but that's more your personal heal. To be honest, I've not touched Paladin in a very long time, so I don't know how modern Paladin plays at all. I've been thinking of like I'm feeling the itch to play Final Fantasy again, so I'm gonna stream the new patch stuff next week. But after that I might just delve in with some different jobs. I haven't even touched the new field operation yet. I need to dive into that as well. Man, I've not felt the itch in a long time. This is what a Shadowbringers 2 does to a man. It makes him excited to play Final Fantasy again. God, I'm very excited for the upcoming expansion. It all looks like... See, the issue that I had is I'm always a little bit worried that the game might not be able to wow me anymore. And I don't mean wow in World of Warcraft, I mean wow in actual WoW. With Dawntrail, like when they started announcing things, it was like, yeah, this looks cool, this looks like a cozy little adventure. But I'm missing the spark, and that spark came when they showed off Solution 9. That was when I was like, you son of a bitch, now I'm in. But this one, right off the bat, immediately the concept of like, yeah, we're going to a different reflection again. We're going to, they have their own huge issue there that we're gonna have to solve. Right off the bat, you son of a bitch, I'm in. And it's Norse themed, and we have giant structures, giant fucking snake castle. Oh, I'm double in. And you're gonna overhaul the combat system and the progression system. I'm triple in. I've not been this hyped for this game in a very long time. I really hope that all of these changes they're gonna make are gonna work out, though. It could go very wrong, but we'll have to see. Traditionally, War has been an MT and Paladin has been the off tank. Well, see, that's kind of the weird thing, is that I thought that the whole idea behind Warrior was that they are like the meat tank, you know, like they're like the barbarian, is that the right word? Where they kind of, their health is kind of their resource. You know, like warriors traditionally, they have a giant health bar so that they don't need as much mitigation. They have sustain instead. So for that to just relegate them to off tank, I guess, is completely getting rid of that idea. There was that interview where they asked Yoshi P if this would be something like a second ARR, to which he replied it wouldn't be unreasonable to see it that way, and he was fucking right. Yeah, he did mention that they were gonna make some of the biggest changes to the game since ARR, and I can definitely see it, yeah. Hi, Little Bean, welcome in. You once healed with a war? I'm sorry to hear that, me. Alright, I say we can keep talking about Final Fantasy, but I am gonna boot up Snowrunner, because I just noticed we are already an hour into this stream and we haven't even touched the trucks.
It's trucking time.
It's trucking time.
We can talk about Final Fantasy while we truck.
Yeah, exactly. Hang on, chat, let me get everything set up. Oh. Hang on. Technical difficulties is still grayscale. I'm not gonna fix that now. It's not important. Here we are. Let me fix my Fugi. Man, this is the problem. I'm strongly considering getting like a frame so that I can put, so I have something to put all of my elements in and I don't need to overlay them on the game window. Because, like, figuring out where to put my Vtuber model, especially with a game like Mouse PI, where so much of the thing is important, it's starting to get very annoying. Here. The nice thing about Snowrunner is that what's on the screen at any given time is a bit less important in Snowrunner, so I can make the model bigger. Hello, game. Accept my inputs. Let's see. Bars all 3 drops, or at least right now it is. Same with Paladin. The technical difficulties is having technical difficulties. I am returning to playing Final Fantasy XIV, actively gonna try to level up my North America character and finish story on my EU account. You have both you have 2 characters? Good luck. I also have a character on the EU servers, but I primarily play on North America. I barely do anything with the EU character. I've been thinking of going back to the entire story or something, but it takes a lot of time to do that.
What, you mean 400 hours of cutscenes is too much for you?
It's not the cutscenes, because you can skip those. It's all of the filler quests that are turning me off.
Will you some sort of dirty cutscene skipper?
I've served my time. I've watched all of those cutscenes. I've watched the trolley cutscenes. I've earned the right to skip them. Okay, what the fuck are we doing? We're back in North Carolina. I think we are still trying to fix the power.
Yep.
Also, hang on, let me make sure that... Yeah, that's better. Your North America account is ahead of your EU account, and story with EU account is ahead with job levels and such. How did you manage that? You snowrunning? Yeah, welcome in, Timbleberry. We're snowrunning again. We were talking... Oh, I need to update the category of the stream. Yeah, we were talking about Final Fantasy for like an hour, because yesterday was the Fan Fest and they made a whole bunch of announcements. Today was the first Fan Fest, I should say. Chat, this is gonna happen 2 more times. We're gonna have 2 more Fan Fests, and I'm gonna be talking a lot of stuff about Final Fantasy whenever they happen, because I love that game. I am trying to remember what I was doing last time. I think I might have been trying to do this one. Yeah, we need to deliver service spare parts to Oviro Hills.
Can you accept that contract?
This is to clear out the rubble, I think. Yeah, the rubble that I got stuck on last time. Oh, lovely. Oh, also, hi Jacob. Sorry, I was so busy talking about Final Fantasy that I didn't see you. Welcome in, welcome in. Final Fantasy 14, yep, strong, yeah. Yeah, so, man, I am very curious how all of it's gonna play out. Especially, like I said, a lot of people are very critical now about the separation between main and off tank. So I wouldn't surprise me if they're gonna actually like announce more stuff about that, just to like kind of, you know, help cool down the fires a little bit. It's not real. 45-point Parabellum Bloodhound just got its second trailer. What is 45-point Parabellum Bloodhound? Do you want to do this one, Chris? Because I was thinking of doing this one. I'm just gonna load 4 service spare parts on the FEM.
Yeah, if you want to do that, I can work on. I'll find something to work on.
Is this Minecraft? You know it isn't. It's by Sukeban Games? Is that what they've been working on instead of Nirvana? Okay, I'm kind of interested now, but also I'm upset that Nirvana is just lost in the void. The Switch 2 port of the game. Oh yeah, they showed it off during the Fan Fest. It actually runs on the Switch 2, yeah. Nirvana found that in a ditch. We're never getting Nirvana, but that's okay. Like, we have a bunch of alternatives now. Like, you have that one that's basically Valhalla, but sexier and in VR. I've been meaning to try that one out. It looks kind of cool. Like, I fucking crave a VR bar management game, honestly. I think it's so much fun. Project Mix? Yeah, that's the one. Because you have some drink mixing, and you have some of those maps in VR chat where you can mix drinks, but it's always very archaic and it barely works. Oh yeah, hang on, let me capture your capture.
You capture my capture, and I'll watch your capture of my capture.
Yes.
Your capture of my capture.
Yes! Hang on, it should be on there. Why isn't it on there? I did fuck around with the scenes. Is it like being covered up by something? No. Oh, it's because I'm not watching your stream yet. Oh, I'm stupid.
This is why we have the checklist.
I need to start making checklists. Honestly. Like...
It would for you, it wouldn't hurt.
Shut up. Spoken like a true capture. Yeah, I love capturing things. Whenever I play Team Fortress 2, I play Capture the Flag. That's not true, by the way. I don't play Team Fortress 2. Or rather, whenever I am playing Team Fortress, whenever I want to play Team Fortress 2, I'm like, but I could also be playing Deadlock. I have a very suspicious feeling that when so much shit is happening on Final Fantasy XIV, defense on Switch 2 is gonna go brrrr. Well, your wallet is gonna be brrrr, because you're gonna have to pay a separate sub for the Switch 2 version. Which, so they announced how the pricing structure is gonna work. Yoshida did like a whole thing where after he made the announcement, he was like, I don't want to pour cold water on this announcement, but I'm gonna have to talk about how the sub will work. And he said, if you already have a sub to the game on another console, you'll get 50% off on your Switch 2 subscription. So basically it's only going to be for people who want to play exclusively on Switch 2, or people who buy like a month of Switch 2 so they can play it on the go when they go on holiday. And you could just tell that he was like, look, I tried, okay? I tried, and this is the best I could do. Go complain at Nintendo. You can tell that he was like just fucking leave me the fuck alone, this is Nintendo's fault. I'm kind of amazed at, oh, we are playing Snowrunner, by the way, Sierra Gonzalez. I'm honestly, chat, I'm blown away that he was able to get that deal, because knowing Nintendo, they would force you to buy the fucking Nintendo Online to be able to play it all, and you don't actually need Nintendo Online. So it's already much better than I was expecting, honestly. It still sucks, but it's Nintendo, you know. Nintendo just will permanently live in like their own little tower where they want their own thing and everything. It's kind of a miracle that they didn't demand their own servers either. With Nintendo, you take what you can get. Where's my fem?
It's not that you take what you can get with Nintendo. You are forced to eat what they give you.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to work. Yeah, like if you don't like it, you're not gonna play the games.
Yeah,
because they're not gonna ban. Then you got Xbox lowering their game sub price. Yeah, which is very funny that Xbox is now lowering the price of Game Pass, because I remember last time after they raised it by like 50% in one go. The website that you used to cancel your Game Pass crashed. I think they absolutely saw their numbers. They were like, hey, we lost half our subscribers by doing that. Maybe that was a bad idea. I have Nintendo right next to me. I'm just watching this on my iPad. Well, if you wanted to play Final Fantasy XIV, you'll be able to do it on your Nintendo Switch soon. Or Switch 2, I mean. Reborn mode and Switch 2 players. See, Rio, the thing is, the Reborn mode has less, it's gonna have less buttons, less skills. But based on what they showed off, Evolve mode. Oh yeah, sorry, I've misunderstood what you said. Yeah, Reborn mode is going to be interesting on Switch 2 with all of those buttons, yeah, but it works on other controllers right now. You know?
See, that's why they made Evolve mode do more damage, because they know they wouldn't get older players that play the traditional method to try the new mode if it didn't do more damage.
So what coming, Monokuma? Well, I feel like I'm starting to feel like the whole thing with like Reborn mode doing more damage, like especially with how Yoshi put it, it feels not it doesn't really feel like an intentional balanced choice, but more like just the way that it's gonna be. Like you always have. That's why, like with every time they, in the past when they did like skill pruning, you know, when you at level 50 in A Realm Reborn or Heavensward, you did on average less damage than you do at level 50 now. And a part of that is that like they stripped some skills out, so you have less skills at level 50, but you still have to do the same amount of DPS. So the way that the balancing works out is you do more DPS with less buttons. So you do the same amount of DPS with less buttons, which by definition makes it easier to hit that DPS, like the skill floor is much higher. I think that's the main reason why older content becomes much easier, because like you do the same amount of damage with less skills, so every skill is going to be more powerful. And I think it's going to be something similar with Evolved mode, where by the sheer nature of having less buttons, but doing the same amount of DPS, it's going to be easier to hit like higher DPS levels. But who knows? Again,
no, that's true, because that means like all the potency is increased of each skill. So on average, even though you have less skills, the potency of attacks are stronger, which means that when you crit, you're critting for a lot more extra damage than you would on a crit of a skill that does less potency.
Yeah, and I think that's what he meant, that's going to be how it's going to work in practice. That's the main reason why you will do more DPS on Evolved mode, is because of that little mechanic, that little quirk of how the math works. But I'm really looking forward to Evolved mode. They also announced that the new jobs are only going to have Evolved mode. They're not going to have Reborn mode at all. Which also makes me suspect that this is probably going to be a transitionary period. It would not surprise me.
They're just going to get rid of Reborn mode. Like,
this expansion is going to be
really.
This expansion is going to be for tweaking Evolved mode, you know? Like that we'll be able to do like experiments with Evolved mode, make like big sweeping changes, and if something goes wrong, then people can just fall back to Reborn mode for a little bit. Well, it's like, my job is broken now. I'm gonna like go back to Reborn mode for a bit, and then I fully expect that, but once we're like 3 years from now, when we get to the fan fests for 9.0, that they're gonna say like, yeah, we're dropping Reborn mode. Evolved mode is the standard going forward. Any class from 8 onward will only have Evolved mode, yes, and that's why I fully suspect that that's going to become the standard going forward. Which, if the game starts to lean more into proper action style gameplay, I'm all for it. Yeah, but like I really like the idea of stacking a lot of extra features onto each skill to make each skill more powerful, especially giving people options, like giving Dragoon a jump that's actually a jump, like that has like much more freeform. That lets them dodge a lot of damage, especially. That's such an interesting combination of features. It fits Dragoon as an identity, you know, because that's how Dragoons worked in older Final Fantasies. You could just jump over the damage.
True elusive jump.
Yeah, a true elusive jump. Yeah, exactly. It's that alone was like, oh, we're cooking here. The fact that they dare to try something like that tells me like, oh, they're finally trying some of this cool stuff. Hi Crust, welcome in. Already in love with the idea of 2 provoke charges that can double as a shirk. Yeah, that too, like having provoke and shirk mixed. Those kind of ideas, just merge all of that stuff together, yeah. Like when I'm looking at the Dark Knight, I could see them like do something with like combining TBN and Oblation, you know? Or maybe like when it's like fully charged you get TBN, and otherwise it's like you cast Oblation instead, maybe? I don't know. Do I remember you, Shara Gonzalez? No, I don't remember you, no. I'm sorry, but I'm very bad at remembering names. I'm pretty sure they did that because there's a lot of people playing Dragoon in PvP. Yeah, doesn't Dragoon in PvP already have that ability?
Yeah, Dragoon in PvP... I mean, you know, it's been a long time for me, but I believe Dragoon in PvP is very strong.
Yeah, but they also have like literally that kind of jump, don't they?
Yeah, you have that's their limit break is sky high.
Yeah, so they literally just brought the PvP limit break over to PvE, and that's that's why I'm saying do the Dark Knight thing where you can sacrifice your health for more damage. That would be such a cool way to do like to like go back to the old job identity of Dark Knight. Dragoon and PvP
we used to do a 4-man pre-made.
Yeah, remember the last game?
Two Dragoons, 2 Dark Knights, and you have the Dark Knights jump in, what's it called? Salted Earth, so that you draw everyone in while the two Dragoons sky high.
Yeah.
And then they just nuclear bomb the entire enemy team.
Yeah, sorry, 1 second. Remember the last game when you were literally doing the Mickey Mouse? Are you the 8-year-old? The one who was all like, why do you have a rule that you have to be 18 years or older? Is that you? Where's Video Game Donkey? He's right here. He's up there in the upper left corner. My friends and I call that the Discord stack.
Yeah.
He's a nerfer on PvP, I knew it. Sucks to be on the receiving end, man. Feels good to hit others with it. Damn.
I don't. What do you mean by nerfer in PvP? Is that what you call someone that does that?
Wait, what? Okay, I'm confused now. Who's the nerfer? What is the nerfer? What are you talking about, me? Explain.
This was over a year ago, so I don't know how PvP is now. I imagine it's pretty similar, though.
All I know is I look at some of those PvP abilities and I get so jealous. I'm like, I want it in PvE. And the guy in charge of these new redesigns, he did all of the redesigns for Evolve mode. It was like a person said, "All right, I won't be a dick." It was me, so I'm back. Oh, you're the one who said won't be a dick. Okay, I thought you were the 8-year-olds. We go in a group of Dragoons and we get easy kills. Oh my god, Meep, you're that kind of person.
Hey, like, until they force you to solo queue for PvP, it's fair game, man. And if they force you to solo queue PvP, I would never want to play.
I usually just... Where am I going? Oh god, I missed my turn. I usually just play Dark
Who cares?
Knights.
It's 3 teams anyway. It all doesn't make any sense, so who cares?
Yeah, that doesn't make... There's nothing you really can do to, like, change things either.
It doesn't matter. Even if you do that, the other 2 teams can just decide that they don't want you to win, and then you lose, so...
But Sarah, are you the 8-year-old or not? I might have to go back to my vault to check. Service spare parts, here we go. 4 of them. God, going into fucking PvP as like a whole team of Dragoons, like the Red Wings or something. The Red Wings are all Dragoons, right?
The Red Wings?
Yeah, from Final Fantasy V? You're the 8-year-old?
I mean, there's a Dragoon section of the Red Wings, but Cecil was a Dark Knight, so...
Okay, Sarah, you cannot be here. It's literally in the rules right there, so I'm sorry, but you can appeal in 10 years. I explained it to you last time you were here. But you're welcome back in 10 years when you're 18. I'm not Sarah, Sierra. Hey, it's in the rules. There's a reason why those rules pop up. If you're younger than 18, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. Sorry, where were we about the... Sorry, what were the Red Wings then?
And if you're talking about the Red Wings from Final Fantasy IV,
yeah,
Cecil led them and he was a Dark Knight, but his friend Kane was a Dragoon.
Okay.
But it's kind of implied that the Red Wings are not necessarily Dragoons or Knights, they're just soldiers.
Okay, so they're not...
Sky soldiers.
I thought they might be like a group of Dragoons or something, but this is why I need to play the older Final Fantasies. Because there's so many of those references I'm missing. Like fucking when the... I had heard the Necron theme before, so when the Necron theme started playing, I was like, wait a second, I know this music, I know this theme, what is this? And I was fucking trying to remember what song it was for like when the entire time when that cutscene played out. And then when they actually revealed Necron, I was like, oh, it was Necron's theme. Fighting Necron. Man, and the same thing when they like started playing the Evangelion music to announce the Evangelion raid. I was just sitting there like, okay, what is this?
The craziest crossover of all time.
But could you imagine if it had been like the fucking Dark Souls theme though? Man, I wanted a Dark Souls crossover. That would have actually fit with the theme of the expansion. Can't wait to hear Third Impact and Rage. God, there's gonna be so many references in it that I just don't understand. Do you think that we're gonna have to play like a mini game where we have to beat up Shinji until he goes into the mech? Do I play PvP in Final Fantasy XIV? Not often, sometimes. Like what kind of annoys me about PvP is like how slow the response time is. Again, pointing at the netcode, pointing at my wish list, which at the very top says update the netcode. Like I hate how unresponsive it is. And like another thing that I don't really like about it is that Rival Wings, which is actually a cool game mode, is abandoned. And the standard game mode with the 3 teams is such a chaos that there's nothing you can do to improve things, you know? Like in a game like Deadlock, you do need a good team in Deadlock, but as a single player, because it's only 6v6, you can have a lot of impact in a game mode like that. But you can't in Frontlines. You can forget about it. You as an individual player, you're not going to be able to do anything. You're just going to have to go with the tide, and at the end of the game, someone wins. Gonna fight a mech? Yeah. It would be a lot more special if we hadn't already been fighting mechs for like several expansions. But yeah, I think it's going to be the same thing as the Nier raids, you know, like the raids themselves are going to be fucking awesome, full of cool things, and then the actual story is going to make no sense. It's going to make absolutely zero nada sense. The most interesting things in the Nier storyline were everything with the dwarves. Like, the dwarf characters actually felt like Yoko Taro characters. But everything with involving 2B and 2P and all of that kind of stuff just fucking... they made no sense.
You don't need to make no sense.
But the fact that you had to have played not only... So you not only had to have played Nier Automata, you had to have played all of the Nier and Drakengard to be able to understand what the fuck was going on. Like the final raid here was not a Nier raid, it was like a fucking Drakengard raid. And a Nier raid. Halfway through that storyline, lean more into Yoko Taro and less so Automata. Yeah. Like, for people who are into that shit like you, Rio, like people who love horrible games like you, Rio, I could see that makes sense, yeah.
I don't think Nier is a horrible game.
I mean Drakengard.
Oh, Drakengard.
Now, listen, I have 3 friends who love Drakengard, okay? I have 3 friends. And all 3 of them will... Every time they bring up Drakengard, they'll be like, "Yeah, the game is absolute garbage," and that's why I love it. That's part of because the whole point is that it's a terrible game. Yeah, Lily, you're one of them. Game fucking sucks. Exactly. See, exactly. Rio, do you not think that Drakengard fucking sucks ass? Because that's what I meant to truly love. Exactly, that's the thing. So everyone I know who loves Drakengard is like they're the most. Like it's like with other games. Man, this game fucking sucks. No, you just don't get it. Drakengard fans. This game fucking sucks. Yeah, Lamau, it's awesome. You know, like the fucking Giga Chat meme.
Yeah.
Because the whole point of the game is that it sucks ass. Because it's like a work of art. It's trying to say something. And the thing is that, like making your gameplay horrible on purpose for the purpose of art is terrible game design. But it is very effective as a way of like expressing something. So that's the thing about Drakengard. Like nobody is even pretending it's a good game because it isn't. But what the message is trying to get across is it definitely managed to do so. Don't recommend the whole series in good faith unless the person talking to has zero regard for their sanity. Oh look, real again. I have 3 friends who love those games. I'll just watch one of them play them. Which I feel like that's the best way to experience Drakengard is to watch someone who loves that game play it, because they can explain to you how much it sucks, and they can tell to you why it's sucking is so important to the message it's trying to tell. You know, that's a much more interesting way of experiencing Drakengard than actually playing it. What were we talking about again? Oh yeah, Evangelion. I converted one of my friends solely from him just watching me do Dragon Guard 1. Converted him to what? To becoming like a Dragon Guard fan? Man, I wish I could get into Nier Automata, but I just can't. Playing it, suffering.
You just watch the cutscenes.
Yeah, maybe I should just do that. I've tried several times to get into Nier Automata, and I don't know, it just doesn't click. It's weird because I love Astral Chain. I really love Astral Chain, but I just cannot get into Nier Automata. That's probably a me problem. Let's see, how do I get through here in a way that will minimize my suffering? Is there a gas station? Yeah, there's one over there, so we will probably cross the river here. Go to the gas station. Refuel, or go to the garage maybe. Yeah, that might be better. Yeah, we'll cross the river here. Oh, yeah, I definitely need to do it that way. I wish Astral Chain wasn't soul contracted to the Switch. Yeah, especially now with now that Platinum has begun to fall apart. I don't think we're ever going to see a sequel to it, which is a damn shame. But Astral Chain has like so much unrealized potential. Like the story of the first game was kind of mid, to be honest, but it had some potential, especially in the characters. Like the characters were what made that story, not the actual story itself. And the gameplay was fun. The whole concept of the astral plane and the creatures from it were cool. The game kind of like ended. The game did that thing where it kind of ends without answering all the questions to leave room for a sequel. So I really want a sequel to it, but it's probably never gonna happen. They should just fucking release it on other platforms. Like, make a PC port, and I'll fucking... I won't shut up about the PC port if you make one, okay? I'll go into people's houses at night and hide in their walls and tell them, play Astral Chain, play Astral Chain, play Astral Chain. I'll do it. If that means that it increases the chances of getting a sequel to it. But it's soulbound. Nintendo has an Astral Chain attached to Astral Chain. It's never getting free.
I can't think of another game series that is soulbound to a particular console developer.
The worst part about Bloodborne is that it's apparently not even Sony's fault. It's FromSoft.
Well, see, that's the thing. Is like Sony says, no, this is FromSoft's fault, and then FromSoft says, no, it's Sony's fault. So then you just get Spider-Man pointing, and you're like, well, okay.
So whose fault is it?
Yeah.
It's so frustrating because Bluepoint got dissolved. So like the guys who turned the guys who did the Demon's Souls remake, the best guys to remake Bloodborne, you're already too late for them because Sony fucking dissolved them. It's so, you know, it's so frustrating to see people something that you really want. It's like, my money is right here, just give it to me. And they're just like, no. It's so frustrating. Like, Sony, I have $100 bill here. No. FromSoft. No. Bluepoint. Oh, sorry, Bluepoint. Rest in peace. I wish... Okay, sorry, I almost reread your message there, Rio. Where the fuck am I going? Oh yeah, we got to go around the lake. And then no one get to play it. If they made a remake of Bloodborne, you would play it, Meep. Everyone would play it.
No one gets to play it, and then they get mad at us for playing it on emulator.
Oh, no one get to play it. That's what you meant, yeah. Man. Yeah, that's the funniest part, when it's like, okay, can you give me a way to legally acquire this game? No! Okay, then I'll emulate it. How dare you! Remember a game? No, don't play, only remember. Like that meme, you know, with the dog, and the dog says Nintendo. Need to replay Bloodborne? Yeah. So they said they can't because they lost the OG game file, so they said it's okay to play emulator. Is that the reason why they lost the original files? Man, why does that keep happening? Remember like a guy had like a copy of the original files of Fallout and Microsoft is trying to force him to give them up? And it's like, okay, well Microsoft, do you have a copy of the original game files? Are you going to do anything with them? No, then why? Why are you like this? The near reincarnation piracy debate. Yeah, the whole piracy debate is something that like I guess it's kind of like it really becomes to like the difference between like what is legal and what is moral, you know. Like I remember that Sterling used to have like Stephanie Sterling used to have like a video back in the day about you're like morally right to pirate Nintendo's games. So they kept going on and on about like, I'm not saying you should do it. It's not legal to do it. I'm just saying you are ethically correct. It is ethically correct to pirate Nintendo's games. It was a very interesting kind of debate, you know, like it's illegal to do so. I don't say you should do it, but you would be morally correct to do it. Wasn't how the FF Tactics remake happened or something? They lost shit, so they ended up acquiring stuff from Fan Project? Probably. It's also kind of annoying when they like literally steal emulator stuff to like be able to port a game, because like fans did all of this hard work to be able to keep this game playable for free, and now you're stealing their shit when you got upset earlier that they were stealing your shit, even though you were not going to do anything with it, and you wouldn't have done anything with it without the Fan Project. It's also messy, you know? It's all very big mess. And I don't mean Lionel Messi. But at least Stop Killing Game stuff is getting like a lot of movement and traction, so I hope that we'll get some proper regulations for game preservation in the future.
I heard something, yeah, I heard there's like a good change for that recently.
Uh-huh.
I don't remember what it was, but...
Yeah, like I said, YouTube recommended a video to me that I think that the person who behind that movement actually was in like the European Parliament or something, talking about it. Like he's especially making the move in Europe, because here in Europe it's probably going to be easier to get that kind of regulation going. Because a lot of games in Europe actually get like funding and protection from like art organizations and such, you know. And if you get that kind of legislation passed in Europe, there's a good chance that it's gonna have to like, because companies are not just gonna like not make or release a game because they cannot comply with European regulation. Like it hopefully means that they'll change their how they act towards the game across the globe. It's what you would hope anyway. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna have to leave this truck here for a second and drive out a fuel truck. Because I need to refuel.
Are you in Oviro?
Yeah. No, not yet. I'm in the reactive zone.
If you have a field truck, I wouldn't. If you left it in near or in Oviro, I wouldn't be upset about it.
I need to refuel my truck, but I'm next to a garage. And I'm literally just gonna drive a fuel truck out there. But I can, after I finish this mission, I can bring the fuel truck with me into Oviro. Just gonna park it over here. And here we go. All right. Do you need fuel?
I don't need it right now, but I'm about to do the Great Journey.
Oh. I was like, why is my truck not moving? But I somehow managed to shift it into neutral. Hi, Cammy. Welcome in. I watched
I'm testing some different trucks for a big journey. So
I watched a friend play the FF Tactics remake, and it was really good, really fun, and also
it's really good. Yeah,
also
I
really
played it.
evil.
Really evil. What do you mean by that?
Well, like the stuff where you load in and like 2 enemies can immediately cast like a spell that has like a 25% chance of insta killing your VIP or something. You know, like the fact that healing spells can miss.
Tactics is a very hard game. Well, like if you're new to it, Tactics is a very hard game. If you like people who already know things about the game, like know how to also break it, because it is also a very breakable game.
Yeah, it is kind of that's kind of cool about this kind of games. Where like, yeah, it's really hard, really mean, but you can do the same bullshit back if you know how to do it.
Yeah,
that's always kind of cool. Yeah. It's like Symphony of the Night had that kind of stuff, where if you know what to do, you can completely break Symphony of the Night. You can become super overpowered.
Yep.
I literally had to refuse to use like the good shield ability in the Dracula battle because it made him trivial. I wanted to beat
Did they
him.
actually acquire stuff from the fan projects? I didn't know that. That's interesting.
I hope they did it properly, like with proper attribution and such.
Yeah.
Because like most fans would gladly help out with it, with like a real remake project. Just like don't be an asshole to them, you know. I also kind of like how you can see that a lot of the stuff that they add to Final Fantasy XIV is inspired by popular mods. Like now the fact that they're gonna add that's something that we didn't address, that we didn't cover in the just chatting section chat, but they're gonna add something called action skins, where you can reskin job actions as different actions. And the example that they showed was Ring of Thorns, a dragoon animation that has not been in the game since Heavensward. But you're gonna be able to bring it back in some way. that I think is gonna be very interesting, because people have made mods for Final Fantasy XIV that could replace all the animations of a job to basically make it a completely different job with animations, like stuff like chronomancy or like holier white mage or something, you know. Or like what someone mentioned, I think was it you, Chris, who brought up the Devil May Cry reskin for Dark Knight?
No, that's probably Reggie.
Okay, that was no, I don't think Reggie was not in the voice call with us.
Oh,
It might have been Khan or Flynn. Yeah, it must have been Flynn then. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that he loves. So yeah, I think it was Flynn who brought it up. That like there's like a mod for Final Fantasy XIV that replaces Dark Knight animations with Dante from Devil May Cry. So one of your abilities is literally the fucking motorcycle attack, with like double chainsaws and shit. Like that kind of stuff, I think would be very cool to add to those action skins. And that's again based on the mods. I really like that they used mods to check out what are people missing in the game right now. Or the fact that they'll let us switch off parts of like armor, of like gear pieces in the future. There's Dante for Dark, Nero for Gunbreaker, and Virgil for Sam. They see that makes sense. Not that you would know. Yeah, of course not. You would not mod your game because that's illegal. Maybe it would have been easier if I approached this from the other side, from Flatland. Oh well, in for a penny. I need to check out those mods. Not that I would mod my game, of course, because that would be a violation of the TOS. But I do want to check out the animations, you know. What I hope is that that will let me apply the old Dark Arts animation to something, because the old Dark Arts animation is really cool.
We'll just have to see how evolved Dark Knight plays.
Yeah. I get that they didn't want to show off too much, but I hope it'll show off Evolved Dark Knight at some point. Or maybe they want to save that for the job action trailer in like 8 months or something, you know. Man, it's gonna be I kept saying this, but it's gonna be a long wait. It's gonna be a long wait. We haven't even had 7.5 yet. Next week on this channel, 7.5.
It is going to be a long wait because they've only got one guy working on the combat system.
Yeah, I was kind of blown away by that. It's just one guy. He seems to know what he's doing. They showed like a list of the jobs that he made, and he made like a lot of the first iterations of jobs. And it was like, oh, he did all of the jobs before they went to shit. Like he did like 3.0 astrologian and such, and like 7.0. He did like the current version of Pictomancer or something. So he seems to have a good feeling for what he for like how to make like a cool and interesting job. Am I going the right way? Let's see. If we take the hardened road, well, it's either that or we're gonna take the bog road. So I'll take the hardened road, I think. Yeah, it's kind of a shame that I cannot approach this from the top, because there's no way to cross the river up here. Is there?
We haven't explored too thoroughly, but it does seem like it's too deep, though.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no... Even if you could cross, there's, like, not a clean way to get up.
No, I don't think that this is gonna work yet. I think this one you have to take the bridges. Well, see, there is two ways to get across the river. The problem is that it's like they're both down here. So you either... I guess that the most sense would make to go all the way around here, then up here, and then over these bridges, because that's gonna make it much easier to get here, probably. The main thing why I want to do this is I hope that by fixing the railway, it will open up some other options. Like usually that kind of stuff like escalates and opens up other tasks. Because I'm really looking for a task that will let me repair all of those open bridges. Uh-oh. Come on. Come on. But it wouldn't surprise me if these bridges are just gonna remain broken forever.
Well, it does seem like there are certain missions that stealth fix things. We just have to find them.
Yeah. We've done like we've done the three main objectives of this map, chat. Like we fixed the the reactor's operational, the cooling is operational, and the local science stations are operational. So now we're just kind of like doing other tasks. Like we're slowly hooking up power to every corner of this map, so that the factories can like work without having to introduce generators there. And I'm trying to just kind of look which tasks I need to complete to fix local infrastructure to make the rest easier.
Yeah, I've been tearing my hair out about trying to find a truck that can do what I want it to do, and I'm just gonna have to carry a trailer. There's no way getting around it. I hate carrying a trailer because the trailer flips over, then you gotta get a crane and all that crap, but...
I think I'm gonna move your hat up to the corner, because I've just realized that all this time you've been covering up your fuel gauge.
Okay.
So chat is not able to see how much fuel you have left. It's better, I think. Oh, and... Oh god, the vertical stream cannot see you at all. Hang on, chat. Yeah, that's better. Okay, that should work. I just realized I made a mistake in my tracking. My eyes are tracking the different direction from my head. That's why things look so unnatural. Oh yeah, chat. Those of you all in the audience who play Final Fantasy XIV, what would you like to see them do for your favorite jobs in Evolve mode? What is your wish list? Question also goes out to you, by the way, Chris. If you have anything that you would like to see.
I mean, Dragoon was already showed off, so, and it pretty much is doing what I would want it to do. I wanted it to be more about jumps and more cool functionality that way. But I guess what I'm curious about is how they might do some of the jobs like Dancer, I guess. Even I don't even play Dancer, but the reason... just say damage. Yeah, you know what? Actually, fuck it. I just want everything to do 9 billion damage.
I want my job to be the strongest. Yeah, the stronger focus on jumps is very cool, yeah.
But no, the reason I say Dancer, though, is because Dancer's all about buffing someone else. I mean, also, you know, it has some other things, too, but it's party support, and they're getting rid of the... synergy of jobs, so I want to know what that is going to mean, you know? How are they going to rebalance Dancer when it's all about giving buffs to the party, and they're particularly one specific party member?
That's going to be very interesting, yeah, how they're going to work with jobs whose whole identity is like applying those buffs. Like they showed off Bard, which is also a party buffer, and their buffs are now limited to like regen and movement speed and such. So they're doing that kind of stuff more now.
Yeah, if that means that all the party buffs are just going to be like heals and shields and enemy debuffs, then that will certainly be interesting.
Yeah, it would be it would be kind of a shame to lose other synergy abilities. On the other hand, again, if it means we can let go of the 2 minute of the 2 minute meta, it's a sacrifice that we're gonna have to make. I do get that idea, like not having to sync up your buffs, not having to sync up damage buffs anymore for more damage, because that's kind of the downside of everything that increases your damage, is that ultimately it's always just for more damage. It's just more damage. And when you get right down to it, that's just a matter of stacking things up right.
Yeah.
When like more responsive stuff, like hey, if you like are able to apply the regen or the shields here, it's gonna make the healers' jobs much easier. That kind of stuff I could see being much more interesting, yeah. Let's see. I want Fast Breaker to be the standard without having to stack skill speed. What do you mean with that, Rio? For Gun Breaker? Oh, Fast Breaker, I see. So that you just get like a fast Gun Breaker. Well, like I mentioned, it seems like the GCD in Evolve mode is only 2 seconds. So by default, jobs seem to be faster in Evolve mode. Which is another change that I'm like very interested in, very excited for, because I don't mind the 2.5 second GCD that much, but with only 2 seconds, it hopefully means that we'll never be expected to dual weave ever again, because I cannot dual weave. Sorry, I cannot triple weave. No, I cannot dual weave because of my latency. It's just I cannot do it without clipping. I can barely single weave without clipping.
Yeah, that they actually might get rid of dual weaving by shortening GCDs.
Yeah, you can only single weave with 2 seconds. I don't think that it's even possible to dual weave. I want the ability to pull enemies, like a general knockback or enemy-based rescue. That would be interesting, yeah. Like when I think about like in a game like Arknights, where you have push and pull abilities, and they always have to be very careful with like letting you actually push enemies to an abyss because it instantly gets rid of them. But it's also kind of cool and interesting because it gives you a reason to use push and pull operators. And especially we have an operator called Angelina who can lower the weight class of enemies to make them even easier to push and pull. More interesting side effects would be cool, and they can do it with Evolve mode. Also means that they can like have bosses that roam around a bit more and are less like glued to the like, what do you call it again? Like when you have like a little piece of rope that you use to catch someone.
A lasso?
No, not a lasso. Like a trap on the ground.
Oh, a snare?
Snare, yeah. Like so we can stop having bosses that are snared to the center of the stage. What I was gonna say. Like when I did Shiva Unreal, I had never done Shiva Extreme because I came in during Heaven's Ward. I was shocked by how simple that fight was compared to like modern extremes. But I was also shocked by like how much Shiva did not, like, you had to dictate her movement. She did not go back. She did not reset her position at all. The tanks had to like change her movement, and it was a disaster to keep her like oriented properly. It's all kind of stuff that you don't really have to think about anymore in modern fights because the boss is constantly resetting its position.
I mean, it was also like people did not learn the game as efficiently as we do now because we have 10 times the player base as we had back then.
That is also true, yeah. Samurai should do all the damage ever for all time forever. They already do that. God, it was it was really bad back in Stormblood. You know, back when tanks still had tank stances, and the trick with tanks was like trying to be in your tank stance as little as possible because it reduced your DPS. So I was raiding like my friend Chalkus. He was a samurai. He's still a samurai to this day, but back then he was like he picked up samurai for the first time and everything. And he did so much damage in the raids that I could barely keep up with him as a tank. Even in tank stance, I could barely keep up with the amount of enmity he was generating, just because he did so much damage. It was crazy. General wishes for them to just keep seeing stuff from PvP? Yeah, me too. Like again, give Dark Knight an ability that will let them sacrifice health for more damage. Like introduce an attack that costs health to execute. I think that would be very interesting for an off tank.
In PvE though, you know people are gonna be killing themselves.
Yeah,
and then they're gonna say more damage.
Let them. You're joking. The drop-off point is on the other side. Oh, I don't feel so good. Oh, I get fucking flashbacks. I'm not doing that again. You, chat. You remember what happened last week?
How did you do that? Yeah.
I cannot believe that this is happening again. I'm not doing that. I'm going around the long way.
I can't believe the same exact thing happened in the same exact place.
This time for the other direction. I didn't know that the drop-off point is only on one side. Usually they're on both sides of the roadblock. What the hell? Oh, I'm definitely gonna have to bring in a fuel tank now. I'm not gonna have enough fuel to do both of these. I think Red Mage and Pictomancer getting their sort of stances they have in PvP could be cool. How do Red Mage and Pictomancer work in PvP? I've not touched PvP in a while, chat, so I don't know how Pictomancer plays.
This guy doesn't even PvP.
This guy stinks. He's a poser. He doesn't play all the content in the game religiously. Does this guy even like does this gay guy even like Final Fantasy XIV?
Is this guy even gay?
I'm half gay if you think about it.
Everyone's a little bit gay.
Yeah, true. Honestly, my suspicion is that everyone is somewhere on the bisexual spectrum, just in different places. I mean, technically, when you consider like, you know, like straight and gay, the 0 and the 100 of the bisexual spectrum. Me fucking applying bisexual to everyone. You can all have bisexual lighting. Pictomancer, I might actually be getting confused with Black Mage now that I think about it. Black Mage, you switch between a lower damage instacast stance to a high damage cast bar stance. That's just Black Mage in general though. That's like literally how Black Mage works in PvP. I used to play a little Black Mage back in the day, not much. But it was kind of fun. I like how you later on, when you get more abilities for Black Mage, it kind of evolves and like just fucking burning all your MP almost in an instant, and then getting almost all of it back in an instant. Like the Black Mage rotation changes a lot over the course of the leveling. Back in the day anyway. And like Shadowbringers when I last played it. And then my old beloved, I rarely play Scholar nowadays, but I do, when I play a healer I like playing White Mage, because White Mage is still just very cool. Can I make this? This might have been a mistake. No, it's not a mistake. I am running out of fuel very quickly now, though. I'm gonna have to send in the fuel tank. Are you also still in Elvira Hills?
I'm on my way.
Do you need... Oh, you're good on fuel, I think.
For now.
How does Pictomancer work in PvP? I have a friend who plays Picto, but I don't know. I've not tried it yet, to be honest. I don't think I even have it unlocked right now. Chat, I'm gonna be very honest. With Dawntrail, I've barely played Dawntrail outside of the streams. Actually, funnily enough, I started playing it on stream starting with patch 7.1. I actually have recordings of me playing through 7.0. I didn't stream it, but I did record it. But I haven't done anything with those recordings yet. I need to I want to make like a supercut of them at some point. I actually was working on it, but another video project distracted me. Okay, I am not going to be able to move, so I'm gonna shut down the engine and I'm going to bring in the fuel tank. The funny thing is that when I was playing Dawntrail, and like you get to like basically kind of the ending of the first half of the game, and I was like kind of surprised by it, but it was always also like, okay, you know what, this whole time we've been hearing these kind of general themes and concepts. You know, like the whole idea is like, don't judge people based on their culture and such, because you don't understand, you just don't understand like their habits and everything, and you need to try to be open-minded. And I was like, the way to add a twist to this is to introduce us to like a nation or a people or a culture whose traditions and habits are so foreign to us that we literally just cannot understand why they're doing that. And I was on the money. That's what they did. In the second half, you meet people who do the craziest fucking shit, like shit that's completely reprehensible to us. With that's completely incompatible with everything that we know about how the world works and everything. And I can prove it. I have the recordings. I just need to make a supercut out of them. I can prove that I predicted the story in that way. Oh yeah, the fuel tank is parked outside. Let's see, we'll cover you, leave the garage, there we go. I'm genuinely struggling to remember. I only played it for a few matches, but I do recall it being fun. Yeah, the jobs are genuinely fun to play in PvP. It's just that the netcode really gets on my ass, you know? On my nerves, I mean.
Netcode Andy over here.
That's the one that I got so many items on my wish list crossed off last night. The one that's missing is a netcode upgrade. Logging on now to go see what Pictomancer does? Heck yeah.
Now, I don't want to get your hopes up, but it is possible that with what's it called? What's the new fighting mode called?
Enhanced mode.
Enhanced? Is it really called an enhanced?
Sorry, evolved mode.
Evolved mode. It is possible with evolved mode that due to the nature of the redesign of the skills, they could be more responsive.
It's possible, yeah. I really hope that they'll be more responsive. Like when you saw like them using those abilities with like, those were like development servers, so they I don't even know if those servers were like back in Japan or something. They might have been. If those servers actually were in Japan when they were like showing off all that stuff, then it's going to be interesting.
I mean, with the fact that they're having like counter attack skills, like
that's gonna
that
be
needs to be responsive. So
yeah, that's just gonna be super sensitive. Yeah, like when the guy was demonstrating how the counter works, he was like waiting and waiting and waiting, you know, to cast it, like really cast it at the last possible second to make sure that the perfect thing would go off. I'm stuck in the mud.
oh, did he?
Yeah, you could see how he was waiting for the right moment.
Hmm.
Okay, this might not work the way that I was hoping it would, so we might have to make some changes. Oh, I do have to raise suspension for this truck. Wait a second, you're using default tires. No wonder you're sinking away in the mud. I'm gonna have to make some upgrades to this truck before I can come over there. Let's see. Off-road, yeah, we'll grab some big off-road wheels. Yeah, sure. Slap a stronger winch on there as well. AWD. Cannot believe that you don't have that yet. Yeah, just give them the full shebang. Why not? Oh, and you also have a stronger engine, huh? Man, I completely forgot to upgrade this truck altogether. We'll give them some fog lights.
The most basic of truck sins, driving with default tires.
Yeah. Let's see. Nice. Cabin protector? I don't think the cabin protector is compatible with what I have on the rear. I'll slap some cool rims on there. The rim with no brim. Hi, Forrest. How are you today? Hang on, let me give you a shout out. Oh, you joined in the middle of an ad break. Man, last stream on Thursday, I kept getting raided at the start of or in the middle of ad breaks. It was so bad. But the fucking ad break curse. Oh yeah, this truck already handles much better now. This one is kind of
Streamer
low.
curse.
But yeah, it was the fucking streamer curse, yeah. I kept having to profusely apologize. But you know how Twitch is, like when you get raided in the middle of an ad break, it's not like Twitch will like hold off on the ad break or pause it or not show ads to people. No, Twitch is like, oh boy. They're like, oh boy, more people to to advertise to.
Yeah.
It's like, oh boy, more money to be made. And it's like, no Twitch, they're already gone. You're not making more money. Oh boy. You got it half right. Pictomancer has the stance, not Black Mage. Black Mage has unique actions you can do depending on whether you're in a fire or ice phase or on top of instacast or hardcast. I need to let that sentence sink in for a little bit, Rio. While I dig to the mud again. Okay, we're good. No, we're not good. Yes, we're good. This is very top heavy. I feel like this truck is not very good at top heavy stuff, especially now that I've raised it. Unique actions you can do depending on whether you're on fire or ice phase on top of instacast or hardcast. Okay. Try to pack a PC up right now. Try not to break the foam the case came with. Oh boy. Yeah, I know that pain. I have saved my piece, the case. I've saved the boxes and the foam that my PC cases came in as well, just in case I ever need to move them. You're very poor at explaining things. It would be very cool and fun and playtime. Do not mention the word playtime, where people can hear you, Rio. People are gonna ask me to play Poppy Playtime again.
Well, now you forced me to ask the question, what's wrong with Poppy Playtime?
I just don't want to play it.
No, okay.
Look, there's nothing wrong with it. It has actual effort put into it, unlike Garden of Bam Bam, but I don't want to play it.
Fair enough.
If I had to give it a criticism, it's from what I looked, it all looked like functional, but not like it's really doing anything new or interesting.
No, you don't. I mean, I accepted your first answer. You don't.
Yeah, no, it's not towards you. Just more for just me kind of thinking about it.
Oh, okay.
Like it's mascot horror. I also played like Berry, even though that's technically mascot horror. But hey, it was also an incremental game, you know. Berry.
I can't believe we have a new genre of horror.
Yeah, the one with the marketable mascot that you can sell plushies of.
Yeah.
I also had I actually quite like Berry because the incremental gameplay is pretty good. It doesn't last very long. Like you get a few hours out of it. But the horror aspects of it are really more, I don't know. The whole horror angle of it was kind of interesting as a backdrop, I guess. It added a little bit of flavor and texture to it, you know. But like the idle, it's really, if you want a cool idle game and you don't mind the fact that there's like some horror to it as well, then I would strongly recommend Berry. I know Sarah quite liked it.
There's something. It's like idle games. You have to be very, very careful, right? Because on one hand, for some reason, it's just so addicting to just play an idle game.
Yeah.
But then also, if you play the idle game too much, you kind of like lose track of reality.
Time vanishes.
Like, why am I letting this game run just so I can watch a number go up?
Yeah. I do like a good idle game. Also, hi show. How do you say plushie in Dutch? Knuffel, which is the same word as hug, by the way. So we call plushie and hug have the same name in Dutch. They're both called knuffel. Same deal. I'll wait for it to finish and watch whatever the story is. When they see if Poppy Playtime is finished and people go like, no, this is actually genuinely a really good horror game altogether, maybe I'll play it. I've only seen like the first 2 chapters with like Huggy Wuggy and the doll that everyone is like way too into, you know, the one with the long arms. I've seen those 2 chapters. I've watched Tomato play both of them. Tomato is kind of my go-to streamer for mascot horror because he actually doesn't like mascot horror. Like he played the entire Garden of Banban series and it's just kind of him like making fun of the game the entire time through, you know. Like if Tomato plays a mascot horror game, he really does it so that you don't have to. And on top of that, he's also just very funny. Final Fantasy XIV is my favorite idle game. Rio, you're so right, and yet so brave for saying that.
Show me the lie.
Yeah, mascot horror doesn't bother me so much because I haven't been playing their games. I probably just haven't been overexposed. That's also part of it, you know. Look, see, the thing about mascot horror is that I don't particularly hate mascot horror. I'm just like a little bit wary of it. It's like, oh god, there we go again, you know. I'm not like mascot horror has the right to exist, you know. Like people can keep making mascot horror games. I'm just like a little bit like, oh boy. Oh boy.
Well, it does, you know, it is easy to see when something, you know, follows a trend and then someone's like, we're making a game because this is a trendy market.
See, the thing about it is that, like I said, at least Poppy Playtime has effort put into it. Garden of Banban is pure, we're doing this. Garden of Banban feels so cynical to me. It's pure, we're doing this because it's popular. And now it's like, oh, these games, we did it. Garden of Banban is popular. How can we milk this shit? How can we milk the fuck out of this shit for... They keep making more Banban games, and all of them, they're not even horror anymore. They're just like telling some story about a bunch of these creatures stuck in this underground lab that for some reason is the size of a country. So Garden of Banban is like that to me is the cynical one. Poppy Playtime is more like, well, you're like Poppy Playtime to me is more the one that's like, well, this is definitely high effort and everything. I'm just not super interested in it. Mascot stuff always gets to me because I'm scared of those huge suits. Yeah, the inherent... it is inherently creepy, the creepy mascots. But I don't know, it also kind of feels like those old Sonic.exe things, you know? Like, oh my god, look, it's Mario, but his eyes are bloodshot, and he's gonna jump out of the screen to get you and scream at you, you know? Seeing your truck tilt so much gives me so much anxiety. Me too, Show, me too. But I'm in this shit now, and I cannot get out, so we'll have to deal with it. With the photorealistic eyes, yeah, photorealistic eye, like... Oh my god, it's Squidward, but his eyes are photorealistic, and he has a very intense stare. The mascot horror feels very much in that kind of vein, like, oh, it's creepy because it's creepy. Egats, the horrors.
Would you say mascot horror is like in video game form? Is that the video game version of like creepypasta?
In a way, but see, you have more than it's more than just mascot horror, you know. Like liminal horror is also very popular right now. But I feel like with mascot horror, the twist is usually, oh yeah, here's like a fluffy animal with like photorealistic eyes and teeth, and he's jumping out and screaming at you. And with liminal horror, I feel like there's more things that you can do with it. Like you always have like the Minotaur liminal horror, you know, where you're stuck in a labyrinth and there is a monster out to get you. But liminal horror, I feel like you can also do a lot with the environment. So people complain that some liminal horror is just a walking simulator, and I'm like, no, that's fine actually. Let it be a walking simulator. Like the cool thing is like seeing
most horror games are walking simulators.
I mean like that there's literally liminal horror games without monsters, you know, like they have some spooky stuff in them, but there is not a monster. Like there's like, I'm not gonna say names because I don't want to spoil it, but I know of at least one liminal horror game where you like the only way to die is if you jump in a pit, basically, because there is no monster. There is creepy stuff. There's even like you'll turn around and you'll see something dive away, but there is no actual monster that's going to come after you at any point in the game. But if you don't know that, then you don't know that, you know. That's why I don't want to spoil which game that is.
Don't know what you don't know.
But yeah, so I actually really like horror, liminal horror. Like I'm actually considering picking up and playing the Complex Expedition, because that's like that's a very Kane Pixels inspired like it's technically not the Kane Pixels backrooms, but it's like you literally walk to the threshold at the start. It calls the backrooms the Complex, so it's like fucking Wish.com Kane Pixels backrooms. It's very obvious where the inspiration in that game came from, and I really want to play that one. That one looks really good. Partially because it puts so much emphasis on the whole just exploring these liminal spaces. I have to making a Backrooms movie. Yeah, and the Backrooms movie is actually being directed by Kane Pixels, which is what makes me very interested in it. I'm actually, like, a few months ago I played Backrooms Escape together with some friends, and I'm currently trying to make a video out of those recordings, and I'm trying to have it finished before the movie comes out, because I'm hoping that it will that it gives, whenever something like that happens, it gives an impulse to that term in the algorithm, so if I release a video at the same time about the Backrooms, hopefully it will do good in the algorithm. Whether it will actually do is completely up to the algorithm, I have no idea. But it's also already turning out to be a very funny video, because the people I played it with were very funny. But yeah, the Backrooms movie looks very interesting. It's just like, it's kind of cool to see the Backrooms as like actual physical sets like that, you know? Like they actually went into the Backrooms to film there. If you can believe it. They shot it on location.
They literally went into the backroom to film
the movie, yeah. Like, imagine that. Like, they were gonna build sets, but Kane Pixels was like, no, I want this to be as realistic as possible, so we're gonna shoot it on location.
It's just like Lord of the Rings. They literally went to Lord of the Rings to film.
Yeah, they filmed those movies in Lord of the Rings, yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, but the trailer looks really good, yeah. Most importantly, what I like about the trailer is it does not... It barely shows you anything. It doesn't show a monster. It shows a few parts of people like panicking and going like lift me up, but you don't see what they're afraid of. The only liminal space game I played was in VRChat. It was cool exploring the space with friends. Yeah, I know there's some liminal space maps in VRChat. I want to explore more of those. Like, see, the thing is, I realized I really like liminal horror, so I want to do more of it. I want to play more, explore more. That, like I said, play the complex expedition. A1 trailer show off too much, yeah, and they've been really avoiding it in the trailer. Man, A24. If A24 makes a movie, they're usually kind of classy. A24 is like the more classy version of Blumhouse. A24, they know, like the fact that just the fact that they got Kane Pixels to direct that movie, to me says that like they understand that like we need to get someone who actually cares about this to make this. So I'm very excited for that. The movie is going to be like a mixture of like traditional movie and found footage, which is very interesting. What load am I carrying right now? This is a fuel tank because my truck. I have another truck out here, which is almost out of fuel, and I need to refuel it. You off the stream? All right, have a good stream, Lily. Bye bye. See you soon. Speaking of liminal horror, in 3 hours from now I'm gonna play a liminal horror game with Lily. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna play Storebound.
Storebound?
Yeah. Yeah, that's like Storebound is like it's like a liminal horror game. You're like stuck in like a mega store. And you have to get out with like 2 other people. It's more narrative based from what I've seen. More with like puzzles and item puzzles and some horror stuff. I actually deliberately have avoided looking at too much of it. So I'm not 100% sure what's going to happen. But what I saw of it looked really cool. Did you send me a link? I sent you a code for it. It should be in your DM still. Is it like the Infinite IKEA? Yeah, it's pretty much the Infinite IKEA, yeah.
Infinite IKEA. This IKEA knows no bounds.
If Infinite IKEA is fun because it's first of all IKEA hates it because they don't like fun. But the Infinite IKEA, it's like it's an SCP, but it's like it's a liminal space SCP. You know, like SCP did the liminal space thing before the backrooms. Snack on the meatballs all day. See, that's the thing. To survive in the Infinite IKEA, you have to find the meatballs.
Of course, naturally.
The idea of the Infinite IKEA is that there is an IKEA. There's an IKEA out there. Once you like enter, you get trapped in a liminal space, and you have to like
enter the IKEA verse.
Yeah. Well, so the idea is you enter like a liminal space once you enter it. The liminal space is just basically just an endlessly looping, repeating IKEA kind of thing, you know. And there's also like seating and eating areas where you can get food, and I think that they like automatically they kind of like tend to restock or something. But the interior of the IKEA is like inhabited by homunculi, like vaguely human-shaped entities in IKEA uniforms. That during the day they're harmless, they're just walking around. But during the night, when the lights go out, they become aggressive. They'll like tell you like, please leave. The store is closed. Please leave, and they'll like attack you if they see you. So if you're stuck in the Infinite IKEA, you have to like avoid those creatures during the night. And some people have been stuck in there for so long that they've built like their own societies in there. There's like apparently like some kind of city in there. This is all SCP, by the way. This is all in the SCP wiki. They've like built like kind of their own city in there, and there are exits, but finding them is very difficult. It's like, I think that the SCP document mentioned that like only 3 people or something have ever gotten out. Because the interior is infinite, so finding one of the exits is almost impossible. And you would have to go exploring. They actually made a game based on that concept. There's like an Infinite IKEA game, but I think like IKEA forced them to change the name or something. Like,
You can't call it Infinite IKEA.
Yeah,
Crazy.
because IKEA doesn't want fun. Like, remember that Big Ambitions game that I played? You have like a furnishing store in there that's called the IKEA. Because IKEA doesn't want them to use the name IKEA. No fun allowed? No. You think it was a battle royale game? No. It was a survival game, survival horror. Where am I going? Okay, we're still going the right way. So I keep going here, then over here. Yeah. Get up. Oh, my fuel tank is running out of fuel now.
It turned out that I didn't need the fuel tank, so you can recover it if you need to.
It's not for me. Sorry, it's not for you. It's why did I say not for me? God, I need more coffee. It's not for you. It's for me now.
All right.
It's okay. I have the extra fuel. I think I've seen the survival on Big Performance Buddies. I know that Tomato played it at some point. I think he only played it once. It was kind of interesting. I don't know if there was actually any building in it. I think it was just like kind of walking around and surviving. You play this little Sesame Street, guys. Yeah, that's the Storebound. That's the one we're gonna play in 3 hours. I'm very looking forward to Storebound. I think it's going to be a cool game. I think it's like the first 4 chapters are out. I thought you said Starbound. No. No, man, Starbound. Oh, God. I really liked Starbound, but it has nothing to Terraria. That's the starships. And it's kind of cool with mods, but... Didn't we, like... Back when Starbound first released in Early Access, didn't we play it with the Scouts?
Scouts played it, yeah.
Yeah, I thought I remembered that, yeah. And, like, we played it like a little bit, I think. I remember us all sitting in like a cave and dying to cold. That game went through like so many changes since we played it. Back then it was more of a pure survival kind of game, and now it's a bit more narratively driven. Like there's an actual storyline that propels you forward, I think. And you have like actual dedicated dungeon levels and stuff. Alright, we're refueled. Shut down the engine, change to the fam, here we go. Well, everything turned out alright in the end. After I finish these deliveries, I'm gonna quickly run downstairs to make some coffee because, oh my god, am I craving coffee.
Coffee time.
Yeah, coffee time.
I can also use a break. I'm about halfway through the Great Journey, so...
Oh, yeah. You're delivering over a giant trailer, aren't you?
I'm delivering a truck with a extra long log trailer towed with another truck with logs, and that truck also towing another trailer with logs.
What the fuck? That's a train, brother.
Yeah.
I think that they should just let you make road trains in this, like just hook 6 trailers to a truck. By the way, Forrest, I know that you play Final Fantasy XIV. Show, do you play Final Fantasy XIV? Did you see any of the stuff that they announced for it yesterday? Because we talked about it for like the first hour of the stream. They made so many cool announcements. I'm really looking forward to it. You don't play it anymore? That's fair. I really only mostly play it for the story right now, but the changes that they announced for the next expansion, like not just the new stories, the new story stuff looks really cool, but also the changes they're gonna make to like the combat system and the progression systems, it's all stuff that I've wanted for a long time, so I'm very excited that they're all gonna do it now. Stop playing MMOs altogether? Yeah, that's fair. They are very time consuming, unfortunately.
And get out while you still can.
Don't come back for Evercold, because they'll drag you right back in.
I've been MMO sober for over a year.
Honestly, I rarely play Final Fantasy XIV nowadays. Like when a new major patch comes out, I would like to play the MSQ and the raids and such on stream, and then after that I usually barely touch it. But I kind of want to like delve into some of the content that they've added since then now. I will say that this is, in a way, this is kind of the best time to get back into 14, because now you have like all of the stuff that they added over the course of 7.x. So I have not touched the field operation yet. I want to get into that. I've barely scratched the surface of the new alliance raids, so I'm gonna play those. Wanna like. Unfortunately, I've already missed most of the planetary restoration stuff. The new one of that one is not coming out for a while. Man, the whole planetary restoration stuff, like the fact that if you miss it, you just miss it and you'll never be able to experience it, is kind of annoying. But I guess that kind of lets them also like acknowledge it in the future. Like I guess it kind of means that in the future they could do something with it if they run out of ideas again. They go like, hey, remember those planets that we helped restore? Well, we're going there now because they have a problem. They have a new problem. I could see them do something like that.
I don't think I'll ever be able to predict what will happen.
No idea, yeah.
I mean, I think in ENVtuber was probably the only time I was really trying to see where things were going. But that was because ENVtuber was actually insane.
Oh god. Okay,
plot-wise.
We're doing the same thing here again. I'm gonna have to approach this from the other direction. I keep managing to pick the wrong direction to approach these roadblocks from. Yeah, ENVtuber was genuinely just fucking bonkers insane with the way that the plot like developed. But I don't know, like the new expansion coming up looks very cool, especially the story. Hang on, I got a DM. I probably need to respond to. Oh no, I didn't. Okay.
I mean, the trailers for the expansions are always like really good at making you get interested.
That is true. It's also kind of what's interesting about the trailers is that they're made by the CGI studio within Square Enix. I forgot their name. But they have like their own internal CGI studio that makes those trailers. And they have to place the order for the trailer like 2 years in advance or something, or like 1.5 years. So the trailers get ordered when they only have like the rough outline for the next expansion. That's why the trailers are often full of inconsistencies and lies.
Yeah. Estinian dropkick. If they add dropkick to Dragoon as a new skill, I will come back and play Final Fantasy XIV. You heard it here on Rico's stream.
Clip it, ship it.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'll clip it. I'll clip it myself. There, it's been clipped.
on twitch.tv/RicoTez. Or no, sorry, is it Rico Ribbit more? I can't remember.
No, it's twitch.tv/RicoTez, yeah.
RicoTez,
that's the channel name. I've been thinking of changing the name of the channel to Rico Rivet more, but I don't know. Might be going a little bit very far, you know. And I would have to explain to a lot of people, like, no, it's me, Rico. Although most people already call me Rico anyway.
Yeah. It's fine. It's not that important.
Yeah.
You don't know how many streamers there are that just like go by the nickname when their whole name is only part of the stream title or whatever.
Yeah, especially for VTubers, it's very common that like the channel name is different from the VTuber name.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, we made it. As long as we can make it over there and deliver the goods without anything disastrously going wrong, we'll be fine. Stop wiggling back and forth, you stupid truck.
I think this part's gonna be the hardest part for me, is this little mud section.
Okay, thank God. The warehouse is now available. Which warehouse? The railroad warehouse? Was that one not available yet?
Probably.
Hang on. Railroad warehouse. Storage zone. 1 vehicle parts, 1 solar panels, 5 rail sections, 1 service spare parts, 1 wooden planks, 1 concrete blocks. And I think that these are just freely available here now, I think, yeah. These are not like limited in supply. So we can just get so many things now from this railway station, including the solar panels that I had to move like from much further away to the reactive zone in the past, I think.
Nice.
Wow, okay, that's definitely gonna help out here.
There's like, I think there's like 5 or 6 contracts that still need solar panels.
Yeah, and as rail section too. Are we gonna have to do more rail repairs? Oh,
Maybe.
Yep, in the reactive zone. That's probably gonna be my next focus. Let me see. Yeah, so we need to bring a rail section to the damaged track over here. And then we need to bring medium planks over there. And the rail section takes up 5 spaces, so it will not fit in the FEM. The medium... I can...
5?
Yeah.
I think the only thing that can carry 5 is the extended trailer.
Yeah, which kind of surprised me, because I thought that rail sections only took up 4 spaces, so let me double check that. Like I remember rail sections being like extra wide components, so they will still not fit into like most. They will not fit in the FEM anyway. But yeah, 5 spaces. What the fuck? This is the amount of spaces that it takes up, right? Wooden planks, concrete blocks, service.
Yeah, 5.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, 5. So we need like the dairy longhorn or something with a big trailer. Oh, that's annoying. But it cannot be helped. I will shut off the... I'll leave the FEM here for now. Okay, chat, I'm gonna go grab some coffee real quick. We'll take a quick break. And when I'm back, we'll do that one. We'll have to move a trailer here somewhere. I'm gonna have to figure out where to even get a big trailer from. It's probably gonna be the dairy longhorn. I'll be right back.
Alright, if you're gonna take a break, I'm also gonna get up for a quick sec, so I'll be right back too.
Hello, you're taking so long, just end the live stream if you're taking this long. You know what I'm gonna do? If you find this taking too long, why don't you come back tomorrow? Bye. Is Chris still AFK, audience? Alright, let's see what we're gonna do. So we need a way to carry white loads and 5 spaces of them. So we're gonna need something that can carry a big trailer. So let's go back to the reactive zone. Has it come back out of notice now? Yeah, he's probably still AFK. That's okay. We'll just continue for now. Let's see. See, I would bring the Western Star, because the nice thing about the Western Star is that it can carry white loads in a way that a lot of trucks can't. The problem is the Western Star can only carry 4 spaces of cargo, so it cannot actually fit these things. It's very annoying because there's multiple types of rails. There's a type that only takes up 4 spaces, and the Western Star would be able to carry that one. But of course, this is the wrong type of rail. A bit impatient guy, yeah. He's been here before. He's welcome back tomorrow. It's just like, man. It's just like, man. You know, sometimes I need to take a break. I want to make some coffee, I want to drink something, you know. Give a guy a chance to use the bathroom is what I mean, you know. Okay, we have the Royal, we have the Dairy Longhorn. Welcome back.
Thank you.
The Dairy Longhorn is probably my best bet at pulling a heavy load like that. It's just gonna be annoying to get it over there. Imagine needing to piss. Couldn't be me. I don't piss. Maybe I'll start wearing a diaper on stream so I don't need to leave.
Gamer.
Yeah.
The ultimate gamer strategy.
I'll bring like a poop sock. Don't look at
Okay,
that,
well,
chat. Don't
I
look
no
at that.
longer want to talk about this anymore.
Yeah, you're right. Let's change the subject. So how about then the bucket? You're gonna get hit with the diaper fur allegations? Oh god, yeah, you're right. No, we don't want that. Chat, let's talk about something completely different, shall we? I've been watching the second Muppet movie, the Muppet Great Caper, and there's like a scene with it takes place in England, so there's a scene with what's his name again? That guy, that funny guy, the funny English guy. You know, the funny English guy?
Funny English guy.
Yeah.
Can't think of any.
The one from Monty Python. How can I have forgotten his... What's going on with my brain today? Oh. John Cleese. I was thinking about something with cheese. John Cleese. There's a scene with John Cleese in that movie. And it is a Muppet movie, but the scene with him... It's straight up it's not an actual literal Monty Python sketch, but it has the same energy as a Monty Python sketch. It's so fucking funny. God, I really like that movie. It's very fun. Did you guys catch the game? Yeah, I caught the game yesterday, Final Fantasy XIV. I caught it. By the way, Show, I'm not sure if you missed the question, but do you play a Final Fantasy XIV, Show? I think pretty much anyone plays Final Fantasy XIV. I constantly see Scythe complaining that that game keeps stealing their friends.
True.
Yeah. Now they're expanding the free trial to include Shadowbringers.
Shadowbringers.
Which is fucking
What a
bonkers.
deal.
Yeah, that's fucking bonkers that they're actually doing that. I can't believe they're actually going that far. Played it a long time ago, but never got too far into it.
That's
Also,
for the best.
some people would consider that for the best. I'm not one of them.
I mean, I do think the story of the game is very, very good, and if it was a standalone game, it almost is kind of a standalone game just for that. But
yeah, you can play the whole game. So you can play, especially the free trial part. Can play without any other. You can play solo pretty much, I think. Also, don't want to get too invested in something that's subscription based later on. That is very fair. Yeah. Like. I'm fully expect that in 2 years or something they'll add Endwalker to the free trial. And at that point, when you can play the entire first major story arc for free, then I would say, like, yeah, you just play it, you know, just like you can do everything for free now, the whole first part of the whole first volume of the story. But up to Shadowbringers, man, Shadowbringers is interesting because not only is it the best expansion that they've ever done, mostly for the story, but Shadowbringers is the part where they actually start answering some questions. Like, the later parts of Shadowbringers are just full of like, big, important revelations. And it has an amazing finale. Put all your time into Warframe instead. That's also very fair. Warframe also has an interesting developing story.
If you already got... That's the thing is, like, you know, so many games, like, require so much time and attention from you.
I am so tempted to buy this thing, the other Dairy Longhorn. I have the 3194, and there is a Dairy Longhorn. Hang on, where was it? A boar? No. Yeah, the Dairy Longhorn 4520. That I'm so tempted to buy this one. It looks so big and so heavy and so cool. IBM. I'd sacrifice a lot to be able to experience Shadowbringers and Endwalker for the first time again. Well, I have good news for you, Rio. The next expansion is probably gonna be Shadowbringers 2. From the looks of it. How are you doing today, BM? God. I would need to raise 30k extra for this thing. That's without upgrades, so... Kinda like Warframe, so it gives you many things to do. That is fair, yeah. I need to get back into Warframe. I want to play the 1999 stuff.
It's too, like... Man, and just the more I think about it, the more I think about, like, how many games are just... They never end.
Yeah, they never do. You have to be down to the guide show. I'm your gal. I might take you up on that at some point, show. Not anytime soon though, but everything else that we got coming up. Like, I've been planning a collab with Rio. We got next week. We have Final Fantasy patches to catch up on. But I might.
Rio and Rico stream. Dang.
Yeah, it's the 1C to everything else collab. I'm still workshopping the name. Like, I might make a logo that's like Rio and then Rico and then. You know, like the C missing in one of them. Do you have a mini-map in this game, or do you have to open up the big map? Unfortunately, you don't have a mini-map. It's the one thing that I really wish that they had.
I kind of like that there isn't a mini-map. It makes it more like... You gotta have faith in where you're going.
That's fair, I guess. Okay, look, we're just gonna try.
You gotta believe you're driving the right direction and
you
not the wrong direction
around
the train tracks, so then you fall over on the rocks and your friend has to come pick up your cargo and deliver it for you.
Shut up! Man. Yeah, whatever.
Unrelated anecdote.
What? Oh.
I said, yeah.
Yeah, just a little side note, you know, it's a little stab, little stab in the water with a little knife.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Maybe I can raise enough money if I sell my spare wheels. Selling the saddle low is not gonna do anything good. And I really want that bigger. Maybe if I like fall back on a cheaper engine. No. I can do it. I can raise enough money for it. But I'm gonna have to like basically make the Dairy Longhorn 3194 useless if I do it. Oh god, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? I shouldn't do this, but I want to. I want a really big vehicle. Something I can really pull, something like this.
You look at the, what are they called? Not super heavy, but like, I think it's just called heavy.
Oh, so there is
Usually
like...
heavy trucks have specialized equipment like that.
Yeah, so there is like... So I mentioned I want to try buying here the Dairy Longhorn 45. Basically the upgraded version of the Dairy Longhorn. I want to buy one of these. So honestly, the Dairy Longhorn has better power to weight, coming to think of it.
I remember some you know, a seemingly knowledgeable person in the chat when we were playing one day said that the 4520 was underpowered.
Oh, I do remember something
other.
like that. Yeah, maybe. So maybe this is a bad. Didn't they say that there is like a different truck that's better than the Dairy to pull big trailers?
That sounds familiar. I just don't remember what it was.
Probably one of the Russian trucks. Didn't I like? I bought like the Azov for like this kind of stuff. I think
there is a really big Azov that is pretty powerful.
Where is my Azov?
But it only has a high saddle.
Let's see, the Zix is over here. The Pacific is over there. I got the Taiga over here. What is the Taiga doing there? Oh yeah, it has a truck on the back, yeah. The Hummer is over there, the Tetra is over there. I have my... I need to have my Azov deployed here somewhere, I just don't know where. Both the Caterpillars are out here. The Royal is over here. These might be your vehicles, though.
The Royal, the Caterpillar, and the one between them are all mine.
Yeah. I cannot find my Azov to save my life. Is it in the garage? No. I bought that thing specifically because it had a 3-space bed. And now I cannot find it anymore. Anyone seen an Azov? Okay, hang on. Let's go to the garage over here. Maybe it's in here. But yeah, the fact that the minimap is missing is one of my... Like, I kind of get it, because it means you have to open the actual map to, like, find things. But I also feel like I'm really missing a minimap.
The only reason why I don't like minimaps in most games is I don't like when the game becomes me staring at the minimap the whole time.
That is fair.
I want to like look at the game, you know.
I found the Azov. It was in Flatlands.
I see.
Okay, let's see. This one can definitely 100% bring like a saddle high, yeah.
Oh, that Azov is customizable. I think I bought one of them that just is only high saddle. I don't remember which one it was.
So, let me see. If I could bring the Azov from over here, I would be able to get a trailer, come back here, go, or like even pick up a trailer and then go over here. Yeah, go to Overo Hills. And then in Overo Hills, I would end up over here, go past the lake, go to the train station, pick up the rail segment. And then the rail segment has to go to the reactive zone. I think. Yeah, reactive zone. I could do that. It's probably the best way to approach. So it's gonna be either the Azov or the Dairy Longhorn that I'm gonna use for this. The thing is, I don't know which of these two is better for this. The Azov has a very high power to weight now, and I've been very happy with it so far, so I think I'm gonna try to do it with the Azov, just to see how it works out. So we're gonna plop a subtle high on it. Nice thing is it also has a crane, so I will able, if something falls off, not that the crane will be able to lift a fucking rail segment, but you know. So the legitimate problem with mini-maps, it's also very rewarding learning a map and being able to traverse roads with your own knowledge. That is true. That's one thing I do like about this game, is that as you spend a lot of time in an area, you're slowly starting to learn all of the shortcuts and the best ways to approach like problematic areas. And every now and then you will unlock a new route that will like save you a lot of time, and that's very nice. And you can find even more optimal. There is especially in this map, I've noticed there's a few places where there's optional routes that are just straight up not on the map. But they do look like they're designed as shortcuts. That's kind of nice. Honestly, the what I like about this game is, look, back when World of Warcraft Classic came out, you know how World of Warcraft Classic did not have like quest markers, and instead you had to read the actual quest text to see where you had to go. So when World of Warcraft Classic came out, a friend got me to trying it, and I played it, and I kind of realized how much I enjoyed having to actually pay attention to quest text and carefully look at my map and such to determine where to go. It was really fun, as long as the quest texts were like written to actually allow you to do that. Like there were some quests that were so unclear that I couldn't figure out where to go, and then it got frustrating. But I do really like that when you like actually have to pay attention to your map and such, because you're actually navigating the world at that point. And this one also is kind of the idea where you're like, you pick up a new contract and you see like, oh, the contract requires me to do this and this and this. And then you have to come up with a plan based on the map and your vehicles and how am I going to approach this. And that's what I really enjoy about this game. I come up with a plan and then execute it and try to do it as efficiently as possible. And the fact that you have some freedom in the order in which you approach contracts and the way that contracts will like improve the layout of the map and help you in the future means that you're also trying to like kind of predict the best order to complete contracts in, and it gives the game replay value because you can return to like if you can go like, man, if I had known this, I would have approached this whole map differently.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun when something is mentioned in a quest and you're like, oh, I know that place, yeah. And Final Fantasy XIV actually has a few quests that deliberately don't have quest markers because the whole point is that you have to like explore, but they don't do those a lot, unfortunately.
How do you like my log train?
Oh my oh my god. That's amazing. You really have a train, yeah. How many logs? That's 4 medium logs?
4 medium log trailer.
Holy
well,
nuts.
it's one truck towing a 2 medium log trailer, towing another truck, towing logs, towing a trailer with more logs.
Yeah, so 2 trucks, 2 trailers, 4 medium logs. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's the most I've ever seen being moved at once. It's fucking amazing. The super heavy load. Yeah, the road train. This is an Australian road train. Okay, hang on. Let me turn around. I really like the eyes of it. It's a really cool design. Turning all that wood. Yeah. Yeah. You know, this is. When we're in the morning right now, so it's morning wood.
I knew you were gonna say something related.
I was looking for a good one. Hi, Flashfire. Okay, we have to step that semi-trailer. I misread that as step that. But this one will not let us fit rails on there, I think, because I'm pretty sure that the 5th spot is on top. We're probably gonna have to bring the white flatbed. Yeah, we're gonna have to bring the white flatbed. Oh my god. That thing is annoying. Oh, the 3-axle is a lot better, though.
Alright, time to refuel. I'm gonna leave the trailers here and just take
Heavy
the truck in.
fuel tanker? Wow. And the double logging semi-trailer. Oh, that's the one you brought, the double logging semi-trailer.
Yep.
You can just bring a straight up flatbed, but that one is a saddle low. Or a flatbed semi-trailer loaded with parts. Or you bring the super heavy, but I've tried the super heavy and it's a nightmare. I don't know if you need like a fucking insanely powerful truck to pull a super heavy semi-trailer.
I think there is a specific truck that is just designed to pull the super heavy.
Which one is that?
I don't know. That's just a theory.
Yeah, there probably is. Look, I'm just gonna bring the rail segment. So we're gonna bring the 3-axle semi. This one is a really good trailer. Because of it's 3-axle, so it has a lot of freedom of movement, so you can get away with a lot of dumb shit with it. Oh god.
Refueled that. Let's refuel the HX.
They didn't need that fence anyway, don't worry. Man, if only there was a way to put extra fuel tanks on this truck. But I do still have a fuel tank somewhere out on Overo Hill, so I should be able to refuel it. But this truck is so long now. By the way, there's like a mission somewhere that requires long... Oh my god, I see you up there! Or I see one of your trucks anyway.
I'm refueling right now, so my trailers are sitting on the side of the road.
I can bring in a... I can bring... Oh yeah, there's a fuel station there, but I can also bring in a fuel truck if you need one.
Right now I'm alright. I park the trailers while I refuel.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I don't have to bring them in here.
It's okay. Thank God you left open a lane. I'm actually able to pass you. I would have just parked in the middle of the road. I would have just been like, fuck that. And I'm walking here. I think I would make a great delivery driver because I love parking in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
By the way, BM, now I have both of you here. In 2 hours, I'm gonna play some Storebound with some friends. But after that, if y'all are down for some Deadlock or Hunt after that, I'm down too. We're probably gonna play Storebound for like 3 hours or something. 3 or 4 hours maybe. Man, I know I need to play more Hunt because of the whole Inferno event, but Deadlock calls.
Deadlock.
Deadlock. Deadlala. It calls. I'm really spoiled with choice. Oh shit, that's my caterpillar up ahead. When you've spent a lot of time in a map, it's really fun because you keep seeing your own vehicles all over the place. You're like, oh yeah, I was doing some stupid shit there. I think I've actually tipped over here with something. And I had to bring in the caterpillar to fix it. I wonder if this was a good choice though. Because it's a cool truck, a good truck, a powerful truck, but it's also very low. Hi there, Voice of the Void, welcome in.
The Voice of the Void?
Yeah, it's the Voice of the Void. They made a whole game about them.
Yeah.
I actually watched a friend play that game again yesterday. It's really funny because they got like one of the events where someone knocks on your door. They immediately dove under the desk. Even though they've played that game a lot, so they're kind of familiar with its bullshit. But there's just something about it. I cannot play that game without getting horribly paranoid about everything, so I totally get it. Need to play it one day? Yeah. Wait, you're Voice of the Void and you haven't played Voices of the Void? Yeah, get on that shit. Great game. They got the Scurfer event for the first time. But the one where Curver goes all wonky on you? God, that event is fucking crazy. Gels PC plus extras are properly packed up, so I gotta get to EPS. Alright. Thank you for hanging out for us. Have a good rest of your day. You named yourself that before the game? Oh, you're the original. The game is the copycat. Yeah, the Voice of the Void does have a good ring to it, you know.
Yeah.
The one where your Omega vanishes and leaves a big bloodstain. Oh, that one, not the creepy one, not the evil one. Yeah. I was promptly DM'd and asked for help. Yeah. Didn't even ask you to show up. Oh, don't worry, you show up in that game. You're in that game many times. There's many Voices of the Void in the Voices of the Void. Some of them are very loud. There's like one random event that I call the blue jump scare that like fucking almost gave me a heart attack. God, that one is kind of bad. The game usually goes for like much more subtle scares than jump scares, but that one is just straight up a jump scare. Very annoying that something like that even exists. Although the first time I played it, I got jump scared by the power going out, so... Now, I feel like Voices of the Void really teaches you what's important with a horror game, which is like, you need to create the circumstances in which someone can get scared. You need to build ambience, you know? And that requires patience and ambience. There's like this horror game that's about trying to survive in a forest. And like you should not make too much noise in that forest. Is kind of the idea, you know. Like you play the game with your mic open and you try to not be too loud. I forgot the name of the game, but the whole idea is like kind of like suppressing the scares, suppressing getting scared. Because if you are too loud too many times, you just straight up die. The problem with that game is that it gives you no time to get scared. It's just jump scare after jump scare, like creepy things showing up one after the other. So the end result is that it just kind of comes over as like silly, you know. It's almost funny, comedical, fucking like hilarious in a way. Snowrunner's a great game. Yeah, I love this game.
The only truly scary game that I can think of is probably like Subnautica. And it's not even really meant to be a scary game, but it just is scary.
Oh, it's scary because the ocean is inherently a frightening environment.
Ocean's fucking creepy as shit, man.
It's like everyone has had some level of built-in thalassophobia because it goes against our primal fears and instincts. And then you have like actual thalassophobia, which is even worse.
You know, I know that there's been like a lot of recourse over Subnautica 2 and then like the developers, but I actually heard some good news about them, like that they broke free of the whoever it was that was trying to screw up their development or own the company or something like that. I can't remember what it was, but you know.
Yeah, so the full story is that Krafton bought up Unknown Worlds, who made the Subnautica games, and like they funded them making Subnautica 2, which was going to have multiplayer. And the CEO of Krafton made like a deal with them to give them like a big bonus if they were able to make a certain amount of money before the end of 2025. And the way that the Subnautica devs have worked is they release Subnautica in early access relatively early on in development. So that they can get like so that for a big portion of development they can get a lot of user feedback. They've done that for Subnautica, they've done that for Below Zero. Everyone is on board for that, everyone understands. But if you buy the early access, you get an unfinished game because this is the part where they're going to collect feedback and such, you know? So everyone is on board for that. And they wanted to do that for Subnautica 2, and the CEO realized, wait a second, if they do that before the end of 2025, people are going to buy that game, and I'm going to have to pay these guys a big bonus, and I don't want to do that because I'm going to look bad in front of the other CEOs. So he tried to come up with a way to sabotage that. What did he do? He went to ChatGPT and asked ChatGPT, how do I stop them from claiming this bonus? And ChatGPT told him, it's very simple, you commit fraud. You accuse the owners of the studio of malpractice and of incompetence. And you oust them. So that's what he did. And the owners of he fired the owners of the studio. He accused them of like all kinds of things. The owners fired back at him, saying like, you cannot do this. All this stuff is bullshit. And during the court case, it came out that the CEO asked an AI, and the AI told him to do all of this shit. So that put Krafton in a huge problem because they committed fraud and they asked an AI to do it. They've been trying to like hide documents or something as well, I think. Been trying to cover shit up. So by turning it into like this whole stuff, it became a huge problem for them. And so at the end of the day, the owners came back. The CEO of Krafton, I cannot imagine him still working there. Like, you can get away with a lot as a CEO, but not this. I don't think you survive something like this as a CEO. And so now Unknown Worlds has been set free, which I can only assume was probably the settlement. Like, so basically Krafton financed the first half of development of Subnautica 2, and now they have nothing to show for it. But hey, they don't need to pay them the bonus. They just like they bought a company and now they had to let them go without getting anything out of it, so you know.
Well, Yeah, so the Subnautica 2 devs are now like actually in control and working
Yeah,
on the game
they're
again.
free again. They're free. The owners are back, and they're gonna do what they were. I think that they were actually planning on starting early access in May. So the next month, I think. So we're probably gonna be able to try out the early access version of Subnautica 2 very soon. I'm probably gonna do what I did for Below Zero. I'm gonna buy the early access version. I'm gonna play it once. I'm gonna go like, yep, this is Subnautica, and it sure is an early access, and then I don't touch the game until 1.0.
Are you gonna play 1.0 co-op or solo?
I haven't decided yet. Like this, I only found out about this yesterday that the game was probably going to come out in early access in May. It was supposed to come out in early access last year, but after the whole crafting bullshit, that didn't happen. So, but hey, if the game's actually out and such, I'll take a look at it. And if you are interested in playing it in co-op, we could try it out in co-op. Or someone else.
Yeah, I might be. I did play Subnautica 1 at your recommendation.
Mm-hmm.
And it was spooky, but I got through it.
But if it's anything like the beta for like the early access for Subnautica Below Zero, it's gonna be very crusty.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd probably only play the co-op once the game is finally finished.
Like especially with Below Zero, you could kind of like they overhauled pretty much every aspect of that game. Like especially the story was completely different. Let's see, concrete wooden surface, real section. Here we go. Man, really, 5 spaces for this?
I'm afraid of this area. I don't like this.
It is straight up 5 spaces here. That's crazy. It looks like it could easily fit in 4. Oh well. Sadly, a lot of people play it compared to stuff like Euro Truck. I feel like the Snowrunner has its own share of fans. Feels like it's a pretty big community. Like nowhere near Euro Truck or American Truck Simulator player base, but still a pretty big player base for for a game where you spent a lot of your time stuck in the mud. But I personally prefer this game to American Truck Simulator because navigating the landscape is so much more interesting in this one. Okay, now we go back to the hardened road and we follow it basically all the way back up to the exit here, yeah. And I think I have a field truck here somewhere, which I'm probably gonna use now. Chevrolet, this one, yeah, okay, there it is. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna drive up to this bend and then we're gonna refuel over here. Hang on, what was I saying about Subnautica 2? The early access is probably going to be crusty, yeah? Oh yeah, the story. Because the original story of Subnautica Below Zero is that you are, you're like a researcher back on the planet. I forgot the name of it. And it's like kind of like your sister is like in a space station. You have to do missions and send materials up to her. You even get like a call from the CEO of Altera at some point, which is very funny. And then the story in the final product is like, no, your sister used to work on the planet, but she passed away under mysterious circumstances, and you actually work for like another company, and you're going down to the planet to find out what happened to her. So right off the bat, a completely different angle. It is a very cool story, very good framing device for it. 4546b, yeah, that's the name of the planet. Yeah, there's another big change in the story that I don't want to talk about in case you still want to play Subnautica Below Zero. I can strongly recommend it if you like Subnautica.
I don't know if I'll play Below Zero. Not that I, like, you know, it's just like a... I know it's a DLC, and...
Oh, it's a standalone.
It's just like a little different, yeah. But, I
think I'd like Yahtzee describe it as Subnautica more, please.
Yeah.
I did really like the vehicle you get in it, the sea truck. It's like a modular sub that you can like attach more modules to get more functionality out of it. Some people criticized it, but I really liked it. It's a pretty cool game. But then, do you care if I like say a little bit more about the story?
No,
This is like stuff that happens early on. like you meet. So in the first game they mentioned the ancestors, you know, like the aliens that used to be on 4546B and that left. They got that set up like the platform, and their alien technology is all over the place. And you actually meet one of them in Below Zero. Like he uploaded himself to a computer. Like the idea is that they're called the architects, and the architects have kind of like blended the line between like biological and virtual creature. Like they're all can exist in both virtual and physical form. So he's uploaded to a computer there, and he's been kind of stuck on the planet for a long time. So he uploads himself to your brain once you find him. And so that from that point onward, he kind of hangs out with you. In the original version, he was very aggressive and very condescending to you. He was like, I'm big mighty alien and you are a puny human and I'm gonna destroy you. But in the new version of the story, he is much more kind of like, he's like much more like kind of curious and just kind of out of the picture, you know. So they got rid of the whole like this big angry alien angle, and they just made him a bit more like of a tragic figure, because he, like the architects, they have like a hive mind, and he's been disconnected from the hive mind for a very long time. So not only is he not used to being on his own, he's been on his own for a very long time. And he also does not understand humans, of course. So you get like a lot of those fish out of water things where you have to like explain human concepts to him. But it's a nice little story. The only downside is that the game starts with you trying to figure out what happened to your sister, and the whole alien plot line with him is like kind of a secondary thing that happens, but it becomes the main storyline over the course of the game. It actually is what leads you to the ending of the game, while the whole sister thing kind of starts to become the secondary storyline. Like I literally accidentally hit the end of the game before figuring out what happened to my sister. So I had to go back in the game and go to the right place and figure it out and everything. So I feel like they could have probably, like, they could have literally just added a flag at the end for you to go like, hey, wait, hold on, before we do this, I really want to find out what happened to my sister, and that they didn't do that. But other than that, like, it's good enough, you know. It's like it's one of those things where it's just there as kind of a little way to. Just like the story in Subnautica 1 was really there to kind of give you a reason to push onwards.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the same as Subnautica 2, where yeah, the story is good and it's kind of interesting. Because there's been researchers on 4546B for a while, like just a handful of them. So you keep finding the logs from the same few people. You have like this guy who's like, he's kind of like, I'm just here, I just want to do my job kind of guy, you know. Like he did not sign up for like creepy crawlers and creatures and such. And he has, on one hand, he has to deal with all of the monsters, and on the other hand, he has to deal with like the expectations from corporate. So he's like, all of his logs are like, yeah, I had to dump my cargo again because of a monster. And you find like this really slick corporate type who fucking called his daughter like Prospera or something. Like he's like the kind of guy where just the way that he talks in his logs, you get the creeps from him, you know. Like this guy where you can tell that he's full corpo. And that kind of stuff. It's just very fun.
Never go full corpo.
Yeah, he went full corpo. Like the guy who was only obsessed with like the guy who would listen to a podcast called The Grind Set, basically.
When's your get to work stream?
What?
Isn't that what the grind set's from? Get to work?
Yeah. I don't know if I want to play Get to Work. I watched Forrest play that game and it looked painful.
Yeah.
That's the point. It's a very good one of those games, you know, but it's still one of those games. I don't know, maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll make it like a sub-goal or something.
You don't have to beat it, you just gotta play it and suffer for a bit.
Oh, nobody actually beats that game.
No, I've seen people beat it.
Yeah, but, you know, they don't touch grass. They actually are on the grind set, you know.
Probably true.
You need to actually be on the grind sets to play that game. To finish that game, I mean. Where am I going? Oh yeah, I'm going the right way still. I'm in the zone. I'm in the trucking zone now.
The trucking zone.
The trucking zone. I'm on the truck set. Fucking grind set.
Oh my god, I might actually be getting out of this
Yippee!
section.
Yippee!
I can't believe it. If we get up this hill, I can't believe it, dude. Because this...
I will say this Azov is actually genuinely a really good vehicle to do, like, for the use the 3-axis trailer with, because the thing itself is very flat and very mobile because it's twin steer, so it actually works out really well relative to the only problem is it's a very low vehicle, so like this kind of stuff when you get like in a big dip, then it starts like struggling. But most other circumstances it actually works really well. Get out, come on, get out. You can do it. Stop trying to eat the mud.
I just gotta make it to the telephone pole.
You can do it. I believe in you.
And we're so close.
I forgot to refuel. I even set a fucking waymark mark and I completely forgot to refuel. It's okay, this truck is at least not... This truck doesn't... We still have plenty of fuel left. I'll probably refuel somewhere else, if necessary.
Well, it took all of my fuel, but I got through it.
Nice. Oh, you still have some fuel left. Oof. God, those damn road signs, every time I crash through one, it makes me nervous. Because if one of those things gets stuck in the wheels, it can destroy the truck.
Yep.
It has happened to me many times. It's very annoying.
I only want to drive through this.
Hey audience, what is your favorite Final Fantasy game?
Ooh, loaded question.
Yeah. Can be for any reason. Any game in the series. Can even be the spin-off games, but I'm curious. And now I will not ban you if you don't say Final Fantasy 14, I'll just judge you. The ones you've played Final Fantasy 15. Yeah, for all the crap that 15 got when it came out, I feel like by this point it has like really settled into, for a lot of people's favorite. I watched a friend play parts of it, and it looked pretty cool. It's a very interesting angle for a Final Fantasy game. They must have started production on Final Fantasy 17 already. I wonder what direction they're going to go with that one.
Well, 15 was originally supposed to be 13 verses, and then they spent so much time working on it that, you know, Square Enix said, you're going to have to call this a main Final Fantasy at this point.
Mm-hmm. True. Stranger of Paradise. I've heard that one mentioned too, yeah. But people really like that one. The combat in that one looks kind of fun. And the way that it does the job system is also very interesting. Your favorite Final Fantasy is Kingdom Hearts 2. I'll accept it. God, Kingdom Hearts. I cannot tell if I actually should play Kingdom Hearts or not because there's so many games. I can easily look up like a recommended play order. It's more that it's so many games and they're all very big. So I don't know if I don't know. I kind of want to play them. It's Zakaria MBXLL. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I kind of want to play them, but also they intimidate me kind of. Hi Sora.
Kingdom Hearts?
Yeah.
You'd probably be fine just playing like 1 and 2.
Yeah,
they aren't really that long or difficult or anything.
I've tried to watch like Donkey made like Video Game Donkey, the copycat of our Video Game Donkey over here. He made like a video on the lore, and it sounded like a load of bullshit. And every single comment was like, no, everything he says here is completely accurate, it's completely canon. So technically I've been spoiled in the story of Kingdom Hearts, but when your story is that complicated, can you really spoil someone on it? When they don't remember it?
Yeah, I would say... Like, that's definitely the meme, is, like, the lore of Kingdom Hearts is all over the place. I think if you go, haha, Disney, Square Enix, Final Fantasy game, and just play it, like, then you'll just enjoy it. But
yeah, that's probably...
if you're like, I want to know what a Heartless actually means, and what is a nobody? What is this organization trying to do? Who is this guy? Wait, why is he a clone of this guy? Are nobody's husk? You know, like once you start trying to get into that, and Mickey Mouse starts explaining alternate reality theory to you, like then that's when you're like, okay, maybe this game did go off the deep end a little bit.
Like honestly, I had like a moment in Ark Knights where I reached a point where I was like, I'm starting to stop caring about the backstory and the lore because it's getting too complicated. So what I'll do with Kingdom Hearts, probably if I end up actually playing those games, is I'll probably like approach them like you said, like funny Final Fantasy Disney game. I'll probably try to get into the story and the lore and understand things, but when it hits that critical mass where I just kind of stop caring, I'll probably just stop bothering with that stuff.
See, that's like if you play Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yeah.
That Kingdom Hearts 1 is just haha funny Disney Square Final Fantasy game. Like it's really like it does begin the like there is like you will realize if you play any game beyond that, oh, this is like okay, they put some tiny little like suggestions about things in the game when you look back at it. But if you just play it at the time, it's just gonna be like haha funny game, you know.
Yeah. Okay, turn left here.
That said, I think everyone generally feels like Kingdom Hearts 2 is the better Kingdom Hearts.
You think you're understanding it, and then it's revealed Donald Duck is one of the strongest mages in Final Fantasy history. And yeah, I heard about that meme. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the most powerful mage in Final Fantasy history, but he will still not heal you until you heal yourself. He's just like a black mage who's forced to work as a white mage. You know, he's Stola.
Was Y'shtola forced to work as a white
No,
mage?
I mean more like Y'shtola kind of has like spells from both black and white magic spells, or rather both thaumaturge and conjuries magic. Like I think that her job, when you take her as a trust, is like some kind of like one of those NPC only jobs. You know, like some kind of you know the ones.
Yeah,
like some kind of Charlatan version of like a mage that has access to both schools of magic and a little bit of astrology in there as well. Even Donald himself stating he thinks Goofy is the stronger one of the two. Really? I don't know. See, the thing is, I don't know if I'm prepared to hearing words like the door to the darkness being uttered in like Mickey's voice or Goofy's voice. You know, like fucking Final Fantasy ass terms and explanations being said by Donald. I don't know if I'm mentally ready for that.
Gosh, Sora. That's the Keyblade. That will allow you to open the door to darkness.
Can you imagine them in like Final Fantasy 14? Oh gosh, Warrior of Light. Oh, those are Asians over there. They're gonna sunder the world. Hi, Monique Ackerman, welcome in.
Your Goofy is terrible.
I know,
but it did make me laugh.
Fucking in the Aladdin video, people say that my Goofy sounds Scottish, and I cannot.
It did. Yeah, you kind of had a Scottish Goofy.
Well, I'm from Scotland, Scotland the brave. Oh. Yeah, my goofy impression is terrible.
That's funny though.
Occultic rituals I will perform to get Yoshi P to add a Keyblader class. Hey! They're adding fist range. Maybe it's Keyblades. Maybe they just throw the Keyblades, you know?
What if the new tank is Keyblader?
Yeah. What map is this? This is North Carolina. Why did you make a clip out of that? Oh god. Oh gosh.
I have made a mistake that cannot be undone. I don't know why this mud doesn't move when every other mud I drove through so far I was moving from.
Goofy voice is something special. That can mean a lot of things. I'm a little bit worried. You've been on Wisconsin for 2 weeks and you're still working on that map. We have not even set foot in Wisconsin. I am excited to get there though, because there's a bunch of upgrades there that I want for certain vehicles.
We've been stuck in North Carolina for 4 months.
Yeah, it's been a while, but we only play like once per week.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think how like so at 9 PM is the store-bound collab. I'm thinking I might just like interrupt stream for a little bit, just to eat dinner and such before store-bound.
I'm gonna have to go get another truck to tow these trucks through this, which sucks.
Hang on, maybe I have something
nearby. Because I made the
nearby?
whole journey on my own. This is the one section that suddenly the mud is too thick.
Hang on. Which map are you in? Byline Bay. Oh, you're over there. Hey, my Pacific is there. You can borrow it. You're gonna have to disconnect the generator though. But the Pacific might be able to help you. And I might have another vehicle there as well. No, I don't. But the Pacific.
Well, if the Pacific can drive through this mud, then we'll see what we can do. But it doesn't have very much fuel. I mean.
Oh, that is true. Yeah, you can steal some fuel from the generator.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to do.
The Pacific has like I think like the second best mud tires in the entire game or something. All right, delivery mate. Now what am I gonna do with this fucking trailer here in the middle of nowhere? Let's see. I can bring it up here maybe, or like keep following the road to go to Pine Line Bay and then. Oh, there's a trader store there. Okay, I can sell it there. Yeah, let's do that. Hang on, I do need 2 medium planks. If I stop my engine... I kind of want to leave the truck here just in case I need it to transport something else that's very big and heavy. Because I feel like there's probably... After we do Derailed 2, we're probably opening up this train station with some ability. So maybe they want me to move something big from over here. So... let me see. Where are we gonna get... medium planks from? Over here! Okay. So I can probably just recover the FEM or bring in the twin steer and deliver those over there. Yeah, I'm gonna recover the FEM. It's in Overo Hills right now. As of 7 is a good truck, but it's way too low. Pacific P16 has the best OHD off-road tires. It doesn't have muds. Yeah, but you know what I mean. Anyway, that's what I read, that it has like some of the best mud tires. Because it only has like one set of tires, you cannot actually swap them out with anything else.
Well,
Is it working?
It was working fine until I got stuck in the mud.
Oh no. Damn it. Okay, I could send in another truck maybe to see if I can do something for you. And I was hoping that would work because the Pacific has done good service to me in the past. It should have the long winch on it, so maybe you'll be able to winch yourself free. Okay,
There's nothing to winch onto.
I can go to Pineline Bay again. Let's see, the Tetra is over there. The Caterpillar, let's see, those are your Caterpillars. The Hummer, the Taiga is not gonna help. The Taiga, maybe.
Like, I don't understand. It was moving just a second ago, and then I get to this spot, and it stopped moving.
Huh. And it is fully fueled, yeah. Okay, what is... Why do I still have the truck on the back? I thought that I had finished delivering this.
Come on, just get out of this one clump.
Get this thing off of me. Get this thing off of me. Oh god, okay, I know for a fact that I finished this mission, so... I'm gonna remove the cargo. We cannot remove the cargo, oh no. It's fine, it will fall off on its own eventually. There we go.
I need another truck.
Oh, there's no easy way for me to get over there from over here, unfortunately.
Dude, why did they put this stupid, like... I'm like almost at the end too. This is
one of those sections where I was hoping I would be able to fix. Like that's why the Pacific was over there. I was kind of hoping that I would be able to fix these bridges before I continued with the Pacific, or at least fix the roadblock. The SUV is mine? Really? I was not able to go into it.
I'm just gonna get a fucking giant truck to tow every truck out of here.
No, it does not show up in the trucks and trailers list. Weird. It's called the... Yeah, it's the Rock Grinder. Did I not finish the Rock Grinder mission yet then? Did I throw this off? No? No, did I fuck it up? Did I fuck it up? Did I fuck up the mission? Hang on.
I got a million years to get there too.
Deliver to the workshop. Logical solution. Hold on. I need to find this mission. Running dry. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I get the rock grinder after I finish this part of the mission. Yeah, that's why I was bringing the Hummer. I just never finished this because I got distracted by something. Okay, I can bring this truck over here over to the other side, but I'm gonna have to use the ferry.
I'm bringing my
the big truck,
panic button truck. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, let me check if I have something in Flatland near. Not really, no. I could deploy the Zix from Flatland and send it over if you need it. Sorry, the Mastodon.
Nah, I'm alright. I mean, the Mastodon is the next answer, because if this doesn't pull it out, then...
Okay.
Then it has to be the Mastodon, but this should be fine.
Okay, let me see. I think I was in Flatland with... Yeah, I'm gonna... No, not Flatland. I'm gonna go to Overo Hills. I'm gonna deploy... No, actually, we're gonna go to Reactive Zone, and we're gonna deploy the FEM.
I just didn't want to have to drive all the way around the lake to tow these trucks, but...
I've been thinking of picking up the Pacific P12 at some point, because I like this P16 so much, and the P12 is much more multifunctional. At some point,
I think this
probably.
is the I think this one's called the Arctic Pacific or something like that.
Might be, like the P16 is literally a P12 cabin, like mounted on a much bigger frame, basically. It's just P16 is just like the big brother of the P12. But they're both logging trucks.
Yeah, I know this one is like only used for logging.
P12 has a weaker engine, yeah. I mean, I was thinking of picking up the bigger brother of the Dairy Longhorn, but that one is apparently also a little bit underpowered. Arctic is an Azov, not a Pacific.
Oh, our Azov, yeah, that's what it is.
Am I still going the right direction? Yeah, I'm gonna actually have to take a turn to the left here. That's kind of interesting. I don't know if I've been to this warehouse before. If I have, it's a very long time ago. Go just take a turn right here. Whee! So, audience, my question earlier to y'all, your favorite Final Fantasies. Anyone else have something they want to share there?
What's your favorite? I guess it's Final 14.
Yeah, that's mainly because I have barely played any other Final Fantasy games. So that's like kind of like it kind of wins by default in that way, you know.
I've played every mainline Final Fantasy except for 16.
I really want to play 16. I just haven't gotten around to it yet.
And I've played a fair amount of the spin-off Final Fantasies as well, like Tactics and... Tactics is probably my personal favorite.
Yeah, that makes sense. Why does the FEM look like it has the stability as the Arctic Azov? I don't know. You're the expert on this game here. Why does it look like that? It's just very high, very tall, very raised. Has big wheels on it. It is a bit unstable, yeah, but honestly, it's a very mobile vehicle as well. It's taking most of these bumps and mud pits like a champ. It just, when it does tip over, oh boy. Wait, did my tracking die? Oh god, my phone is empty. Oh no. I just looked over and I saw my model staring off into space. I forgot to charge my phone.
I thought you were just daydreaming.
Yeah, I'm just daydreaming. It's okay. Chat, Rico will be with you shortly, soon. Let's see. Cargo management. Nice. Oh no! Ooh, this is the one where I accidentally dumped some medium planks on the loading platform.
Oh, you need a crane.
Yeah, and now that's coming back to bite me. I'm gonna have to send in a crane to fix this. Hang on. Okay, tracking is coming back, chat, in a sec. There we are. Okay, tracking should be restored now. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm just gonna have to park here and send in anything with a crane. I forgot about that. That's stupid of me.
It is, you're gonna need at least a, like, medium or heavy crane.
Yeah, I'll just, like, quickly plop a crane. I probably still have a vehicle, or I can send in the cat. The cat isn't doing anything right now. Yep, I'm gonna recover the cat real quick. That one is in Flatland. The GMC MH9500 is a really good highway truck. Used it for 3 missions with minor problems. I don't know if I have that one. I probably do. And another thing that I like about this game is that over time you slowly start to develop your own approaches and strategies and your own favorite trucks to like solve particular problems. The Caterpillar has been my crane for like a long time.
The FEM has been recently for me a pretty big contributor.
Yeah, the FEM is great for transporting lots of large amounts of cargo because it's relatively mobile. It's very high, so it can go to mud pits well, and it has a cargo bed with 4 spaces in it.
Its only downside is its like cabin steering, but
yeah,
it's I don't know if that's necessarily a downside. It's just you have to get used to it.
But the problem is that the slightest bump or like little deviation in the road in the cabin, it gets a mind of its own. That's the big downside.
Yeah, it does good in mud, but it does bad over gravel and rocks.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
And the twin steer has kind of the advantage that because it's a twin steer, it's like it does not get derailed very easily, but the downside is it's very low, so it gets stuck more easily.
And turn radius is terrible.
And I originally got the Azov because I was looking for a truck that could have like a 3-space bed to have like something that could carry 3 cargo without like needing like the 4th cargo, you know. But the Azov was very quickly turning into one of my favorite trucks, especially after what I saw it just do, like the ease with which it was able to like bring that heavy trailer over with the things on it. Very good truck. Very happy with it. I'm happy.
Yeah, I should get one. I should see if I could get one of those, because the the 2 Azovs that I have, they're both highly specialized. They don't have versatility to them. They just do their one job, but they do their one job really well.
Yeah. The twin steer is your main 4-slot go-to truck. Yeah, that's fair. It's also like the interesting thing about it is that it's a truck that you actually get. Okay, this is not gonna work. That it's a truck that you actually get in your first map in Michigan. Like I almost missed it because it's kind of away in a corner. So it's like a vanilla truck. It's like basically your first 4-slot truck as well. And it's capable of carrying wide loads, which I feel like the game really should do a better job of telling you which loads are heavy, are like wide loads and which aren't. Because that's like something that I didn't even realize was like a thing until I ran into the problem. Like really, why is there no UI indication that when a cargo is like a wide load? So weird.
Beats me.
So weird.
Oh, this is just... Okay, so I'm gonna have to do this a different way.
Okay, that should do the trick. See, restore crane, stop engine, put on the handbrake, change truck to the FEM, unpack and then back. Okay, here we go. Alright, we're good to go.
Maybe I just leave that there and oh, now it's gonna be in the way.
I'm really happy that we saved the medium planks here now, because this mission is gonna become super easy because there's literally 2 of them right next door.
Yeah, we tried to conserve the limited resources as much as we could.
Yeah, and I'm happy we did now, because once I fix this train station, it's probably gonna open up with medium planks in this area, so we don't need to we'll not need the warehouse anymore. I had this feeling that it was going to be a good idea to try to conserve the limited supply items as much as possible. I do hope that once I fix the train line, it's going to open up a bunch of options to fix other places.
All I gotta do is get back onto the road with the log trucks, and we're back in business.
What did surprise me about there's like the Don map that I've referred to in the past. It's the one where you get like 2 Tetra trucks. And initially when I saw that, like your goal there is to fix an old Tetra factory, like fix this train line to it, fix the facilities, basically make it ready for operating again. And I thought that the original reason to do it is that you get, like at the end you get like the first Tetra truck that rolls off the production line or something. But that turned out to not be the case, which I think is kind of a missed opportunity. And imagine how cool that would have been if you had to fix the factory and then you would get the first truck that they produce or something. But it didn't work out that way. It was still kind of fun to do though, but although I don't think that from fixing the train line you got a whole lot in the end. Like he did restore some connections here and there, but it also had the annoying thing where there's like the second map is a pain to move around in. And you have a sawmill on the second map, but it's like a sawmill where you have to deliver logs to get planks out of it. And the logging camp is like somewhere in the center of the map, like almost impossible to get to because of all the mud. So I was like just constantly moving logs from the logging camp to the sawmill. I tried to move some long logs with the Pacific, and God, that map is a pain to navigate with the Pacific. Wait, where am I going? I'm going the wrong way. Did you get the Pacific out of the mud?
Yeah, I'm putting it back over with the generator.
Okay. You can just leave it there. You don't need to like put it all the way back in place. It's more so there because I wanted to see if I could fix the bridge before I fixed this generator. I was gonna sell it at the trailer store in the flatlands. Oh, you brought that one, the big one.
This truck is if I want to tow something, this is the truck.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, with how big it is. It's like a truck you take into the Arctic.
Yeah, I think it's called. It is the Arctic Azov. Or it might be Antarctic actually.
Chris and I, we came up with like an idea for a sequel to Snowrunner, because the prequel to this the previous game was called Mudrunner and this one is Snowrunner, so we came up with the idea of Sandrunner, and have to like be the central feature, be like desert maps with a lot of sand in them. Because driving over sand is going to be a very different challenge again from driving over mud.
You need treads and
yeah,
maybe like what are they called?
Well, you could do stuff in like more elaborate terrain deformation if you like drive over dunes.
Yeah.
Could see something with that. They already have much more elaborate terrain deformation in roadcraft, you know, where you have to like pour sand and it actually like glides down and changes shape like sand would. You're from the country where the Pacific trucks are made. You're from Canada? I know that the Pacifics are like Canadian logging trucks. Yeah, you're from Canada, yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. It would make sense that Canada would create big, strong logging trucks.
I mean, there's a lot of logging in Canada.
Yeah, a lot of logging industry there. So it makes sense that the best logging trucks would come from there. They actually, like in a recent DLC, they added like logging, like actual logging vehicles to roadcraft. Like that machine that like grabs a tree and cuts it down and then removes all the branches in a single go. They added one of those to roadcraft.
Can we make it around that? I think we're clear, just barely. Okay. All right, just gotta deliver this up to the road, then come back down and get the other one. Yeah, I wish there was a way to know how deep mud is.
Yeah.
Because there really isn't any indication when you drive through a section, like, how much... Like, you can see, like, okay, there's, like, flooded bits and there's water pools, but you can't tell how deep it is until you drive through it.
Yeah, they do. Like, you can do it with scouts in roadcraft. They have, like, a scanner that will tell you the shape of the landscape around you, and it's super useful to find, like, deep spots. This game, it's a shame that this game doesn't have something like that. There's actual pictures of the Pacific P-16 carrying huge logs with no struggle. Oh, I have carried huge logs as the Pacific P-16 in Dawn, and I struggled. But that's more because Dawn is like all these tiny little windy Russian mountain roads. And the Pacific is not built for tiny, windy Russian mountain roads, I can tell you. Let's see, where do these go? Okay, we go off the road there. And then up there. Okay, this time I can deliver them on both sides, thank God. Oh man, could you imagine if I was approaching it from the wrong side again? That would be so fucking funny.
Hilarious.
Yeah. I would probably quit the game and uninstall OBS and go live on a mountain.
Become log trucking.
Yeah, I would like move to Canada and become like a logging trucker, yeah.
Out of shame.
Yeah, and then one day someone figures out, hey, aren't you that streamer who like took the wrong direction with his truck and tipped over? And I'll go like, no. Is there like a Canadian...
Who are you and how did you find me?
Yeah, is there a Canadian lumberjack Vtuber? There has to be.
Almost certainly.
Like, there definitely is one, yeah. You have every Vtuber. We live in the golden age of VTubing. There's so many VTubers.
The golden age of VTubing.
Yeah.
Hey, nice, some money.
Where's it the dark age of streaming? Instead of the dark age of the law. I can just about see the train with our gear heading this way. Let's take a quick break before I give you your next round of jobs. Oh, you really don't have to. You got your F750 stuck? Many such cases. Okay, let's see. What did that open up?
I think once I deliver these logs, that's gonna be it for me. Because I think I've literally spent 4 hours on this one trek.
That's fair. How long do you think it's gonna take you?
Probably half hour or so, I guess.
There. Okay, let's see. What did that open up for me though? Like, so I've completed 2 of those railway things. Derailed 1 and 2. Backlog. Complete all boarded up. All boarded up? Huh? Service spare parts, metal beams. Oh my god, they have a fucking wish list and a half here. Everybody gets a log. Electricity in the air.
And there really is just a really deep mud pit right here. It's only right here.
So now the train is fixed here. Where does the train actually end up in this area? I don't see it anywhere. It might not even end up in this area specifically. Oh fuck. Didn't mean to travel there. Okay, hang on. So we fixed the Overo Hills train line.
Boy.
Does that go to the reactive? Yeah, so the Overo Hills train line goes to reactive zone, which I fixed as well. So the reactive zone train line goes back to the north. It does not go to Pineline Bay. Okay, I'm starting to like realize how this is shaped. But what did it do for me? I don't know. Maybe it was all just a load of bullshit and didn't actually unlock anything. Water monitoring. Clear picture. Ow. Hi, Bloodia. Oh, we do only...
I was thinking you haven't been piped in a minute.
Yeah, it's been a little while. There's one more mission from the actual nuclear power plant where you have to like deliver some containers. We've got a train waiting at the station. Is that one new? Now that the train station is accessible, that they can actually move nuclear waste out of here. It might be. We have to deliver to the waste containment facility 4 secure containers, but first we have to go to the nuclear power station, and I don't know if those containers are 1 or 2 size. I could probably load up the fam and bring it here and see what happens. Yeah, the fam is here anyway, so... that should not be too difficult. We just go, let's see, we continue following the train tracks until we get over here. Oh. Okay. Oh god. It did say recommend a vehicle with a crane, so I might have to, this vehicle's probably not going to work out, but we'll see how far we get with it.
Okay. It's been a while, but the train is finally
Train is pulling out of the station now. Nice.
pulling out of the station.
Oh, that you really have just been working on this the entire time.
Yep.
Me taking care of some smaller jobs while you were like delivering the mullet load of wood.
I mean, I did choose to deliver it in a way. I mean, the thing about it this way is like either I do one massive trip with 2 trucks like this, or I do this twice with 1 truck.
That's fair.
And
Also,
I think I probably saved time by doing it this way.
So
Even though
Scottish girl YouTube, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Let's see.
must have liked your goofy impression.
Yo. Everyone makes fun of my goofy impression, but I personally think it's not that bad.
Okay.
Thank you for the support, Chris. Thank you.
Yeah. I support you. And you're Scottish goofy.
You know, if you lie, your nose grows.
True.
I was thinking of taking the upper road and grabbing the upgrade, but I feel like trying to do that in the fam is just asking for disaster, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna have to send a scout out here at some point and try to get those last 2 upgrades.
Do you also know that the
What is this?
cells in your nose they never stop aging, which means they also never stop growing?
Yeah, exactly. That's why your nose grows when you lie, because your heart
Because
starts
we're always
pumping
lying, yeah.
faster, and it pumps more blood to your nose, and your nose grows faster. So your nose actually does grow when you lie. I don't even know, like, would you even be able to see it on like a neutron microscope or whatever it's called, electron microscope?
If you had a way to measure cells and atoms in your nose, maybe, I guess. But surely, yeah, I mean, they can see. We have microscopes that can see things even smaller than atoms, so...
Mhm.
Oh, let me coast into the... Yes!
What, did you make it?
Look, here's the fuel station, and look at my fuel. I coasted into it.
Where did your logs go?
I delivered them.
Oh.
They delivered right there.
Oh, you're
Now I
already
gotta switch
done.
to my other truck.
I cannot believe, so you ran out of fuel the moment you rolled into the fuel station?
Yep.
Holy shit. Is there even any point to it? Because you're done now, right?
Once I deliver these 2 logs, I still gotta sell the trailers though.
Mm-hmm. Ah. Oh, that's a lot of money. Oh, I can actually afford the bigger dairy now if I wanted to, but I don't know if I want any more.
That was a lot of money. I unlocked a warehouse for us over here, and
Nice.
now the journey is getting the trailers to a trailer store.
Mm-hmm.
which I think is across the ferry, and I might just pay the money for the ferry. Gotta be honest.
Yeah, just do it if you like. If it actually saves time, I'm at the point now where like when I look at the map and I'm like, okay, this actually would save me a lot of time. I just do it with the ferry. It's like it's more about like trying to avoid unnecessary ferry uses for me at this point. But other than that, I've pretty much given up.
Now I'm fully fueled.
Where the
and
heck am I going?
that was perfectly calculated. I planned on getting stuck like that.
Sure, why not?
Just because I wanted a dramatic coast into the gas station. I've actually done that in real life, where I ran out of fuel
And just
in my truck.
rolled into the gas station.
I rolled like, I didn't roll into the gas station, but I rolled down the road and then like couldn't make it up the ramp into the gas station, so I had to park my truck on the side of the road, get out, take a fuel tank, go buy like a quick gallon, fill up my truck, and then go back and then drive it into the into the fuel station.
Oh my god. I've gotten stuck on the side of the highway without fuel once.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah, it was completely my own mistake. Well, it was not my... Okay, first of all, it was not my mistake because my fuel got stolen. But I should not have gone on the highway. I was like... Somewhere I was like convinced that I would be fine, that my fuel gauge was broken, and it wasn't broken. To this day, I don't know what I was thinking. Like, I should never have gone to the highway with my car in that state, you know? But I don't know. Somewhere I thought, like, you know, maybe the fuel gauge is just broken. And then, of course, after I ran out of fuel, I got stuck on the highway, of course, I realized that my fuel was stolen and my fuel line was slashed. The worst part of it is I actually drove past a gas station on my way to the highway, and I actually wanted to refuel, and I would have found out about the slashed fuel line if I did. But that day, of course, the gas station was closed. It's always open because it's an unmanned gas station.
Storm.
That one day it was the perfect storm, man. It was so awful. God, but I still don't know why I even tried it. I guess I wanted to get to work so badly. I had like really bad imposter syndrome in those days, so I couldn't even think about missing a day of work.
Imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with what that means.
I'm gonna assume that you're doing a bit, and
No, I'm being genuine.
you genuinely don't know what imposter syndrome means? Okay, it's like when you feel like I don't deserve this. You know, like why am I here?
Oh, okay.
Like it's like
I didn't know that was called imposter syndrome. I thought that was
it's like you feel like an imposter in what you do. So I had that really badly back then. Like I constantly felt like I was like falling behind, not meeting expectations and such. Like it was only later that I realized, like, oh no, it's not my fault. It's the problem is that the place that I work at, they did almost no onboarding. They didn't do anything to actually help me settle into the job. The place just in general was really bad with getting people like settled in. That was why I felt like so lost and confused during my first few years there. But that's also part of imposter syndrome. Like you think that it's your fault and it isn't.
What is it when you feel like you're actually an imposter?
That's called sus guy syndrome.
Because I've gotten hired before by, you know, like, it was something I knew I could do, but I had to lie about my credentials to get the job.
Oh,
but I ended up just figuring it out, you know? You know what I mean?
That's fake it till you make it.
Okay.
But that's like, I guess that's like kind of like the opposite of the imposter syndrome, where imposter syndrome is kind of like you can do it but you think you can't, and I guess fake it till you make it is you can't do it but you think you can, or like I don't know, but yeah, that's fake it till you make it, I would say.
I mean, I could do it, I just had to figure it out.
Okay, so the good news is that I can totally carry all 4 of these in the fam. The bad news is I definitely need a crane. The worst news is I'm about to carry radioactive waste in a vehicle that's prone to falling over. I love Hello Kitty, welcome in. Yeah, it's a truck game. You know what's funny? I just checked my YouTube chat and I see that someone said hi like an hour ago. And the automod just didn't show it in my multi-chat. Chat, if you say set high, it gets filtered out. I didn't even add it to the filter. People have been saying it in the YouTube chat so much, been spamming it so much that the automod just automatically added it to the filter, I think. So don't even bother. It's not even me, it's the automod that just gets rid of it automatically. It just learned it, I guess. I'm gonna have to send a crane over here, though. But,
so... I want to see what this warehouse has, now that it's accessible, like, what can we get out of it?
I think I might actually scoot around here with a truck. I want to see what these upgrades are about, so I'm gonna grab one of my scouts. But the scout that I specifically... Well, hang on. What scouts do I have in storage? Because I was thinking of picking the Mini Tatra. But the Mini Tatra might not be the right vehicle for this. Nah, we're grabbing the Mini Tatra. It's currently parked in the shoulder of the road over here. Yeah, recover that shit. I love the Mini Tatra. It's such a funny little truck. And also a very good truck. Okay, we'll deploy your ass over here. Oh, there's a bunch of...
Nuclear waste secure container?
Yeah.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I was doing that, but since I suspect it will probably not play long enough for me to finish that mission, so I'm gonna probably pick that one up next time. So
yeah, because I'm looking at every mission and they're all like long missions. This is like, these have become a 1 or 2 missions a stream kind of missions.
Yeah, we've now hit that point with this one where we're doing where you have like the really big missions left and the like little tasks spread all over the place. Funny thing about this truck is that it can barely drive in a straight line even when it's on a road. But its tires actually make it really effective at like floating over mud. And because it can carry a fuel tank on its back, it actually has like a huge range because you can just keep refueling yourself. So this thing is actually a surprisingly good exploration vehicle.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's probably because I'm driving on mud wheels on a hardened road that it's currently like driving like absolute garbage.
Yeah, because mud tires have poor traction on. It tells you, it says like the traction on.
That is true. Yeah, that's the reason why
concrete is poor.
It should get better over here. Nope. It did not get better, but it does get through things, I will say.
There are a couple little scouts that are just like, they can power through if you figure out how to set them up.
Yeah. This is theoretically one of them. Also, it has the autonomous winch in case it falls over, but I'm actually considering putting a stronger winch on it. But it just means that I have to be careful not to tip over with it. I think that this thing would be very effective with a stronger winch. Oh my god, look at the fucking smog it is producing behind it. This is a Russian truck, so this is basically Smoke City. I'm still here, I'm just focused on the stupid railway mission. Oh, that's fine, don't worry about it. Okay, come on. We're almost out of this shit, chat. Oh, God.
What are you heading over to?
Like I said, I'm basically just gonna like start moving this truck in the direction of these upgrades until you're ready to wrap up. And I'm just gonna like park it where it is.
Okay. I've delivered the logs. I've sold my trailers, and my trucks will just, you know.
Okay, are you ready to wrap up?
Absorbed into the ether. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, then we'll wrap up the Snowrunner section of the stream.
But yeah, that was fun. I always love playing this game.
Yeah, it's always fun.
If I had more time, I'd do another mission, but
That's
I already know that I'm
fine.
gonna get halfway through and then be stuck somewhere.
Yeah, and I have a collab in an hour, so I have a hard deadline to work with today.
Yeah.
So that's fine. Alright, let's see how much money we made. Waiting for Chris to finish loading. Just to make sure that nothing goes wrong.
50K, it looks like.
Yeah, nice 50k. Nice, very nice. Okay. Alright, so chat, here's what we're gonna do. Our next segment starts in an hour from now. But I need to eat dinner, I need to do a few things, so I'm actually gonna wrap up stream for now, and I'll just go live again in an hour from now. So... yeah, thank you all for watching. Hang on, no, we're not gonna do it like that. Thank you all for watching. I really appreciate it as always, Chris. Thank you for the trucking. Chat, I'm not gonna raid anyone. Because I'll be back in 1 hour from now. But I'm gonna take this time. Because I need to split up the VODs anyway, because there's a chance I go over 12 hours today, and I've talked about this before. YouTube does not like it when a stream goes over 12 hours. It cuts off at 11 hours and 55 minutes for some godforsaken reason. So
YouTube
chat,
hates time.
I'll be back in 1 hour from now with Storebound. It's gonna be fun. Hope to see you all then. So y'all take care and see you in 1 hour. Bye bye.
Bye, chat. Goodbye.